Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. The next item for discussion this afternoon are items 9 and 10 on the Board of Supervisors agenda. Item 1 on the agendas of the Fire Protection District, the Flood Control District, the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, the Redevelopment Successor Agency, and the Sanitation District for your deliberation and adoption of the operational plan or the budget. These items may be heard concurrently and acted on with one motion should you desire to do so. On May 4th, 2024, the Chief Administrative Officer's recommended operational plan for fiscal years 2024 through 26 was released. Budget hearings began on Tuesday, June 4th, 2024, with members of the public being given the opportunity to provide oral and written testimony. Budget hearings concluded on June 13th at 5 p.m. All comments received on the operational plan have been provided to the board and made available online. Today's actions request that the board consider the change letter and ultimately approve the resolutions adopting the budget for the County of San Diego, county service areas, community facilities districts, certain maintenance districts, and permanent road divisions, the Fire Protection District, Flood Control District, the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, the Redevelopment Successor Agency, and the Sanitation District. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to begin first by thanking Ebony and the department directors and the finance staff for all of your hard work and for listening to the community and in coming up with this final version of the budget for us that's going to be adopted today, the largest budget in, well, hopefully it'll be adopted today, right, in the nearly 200-year history of our county. As we deliberate on this budget, I want to also take a moment to thank our interim CAO, Sarah Gossi, who presented us with the recommended budget and led the county through a difficult period of time during a very tough time in our flooding emergency. Sarah's hard work and dedication as the ICAO brought the budget together, and along with her thoughtful transition plan presented to the board really has allowed us to explore a roadmap as we strengthen our work in the future. And so this $8.5 billion budget that we see today invests in community resilience, public health, equity initiatives, and reflects the county's commitment to strengthening social services, enhancing public safety, and advancing environmental sustainability. It's a reflection of our values as a county in serving the community and working families across the region. We've really centered equity in this budget to provide projects, programs, and services for everyone, including recovery from the stormwater emergency, addressing homelessness, building community infrastructure, promoting environmental equity, and expanding behavioral health service programs. At the same time, we need to be prudent at the outlook so we can balance our current needs and plan for the years ahead. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ebony to present the budget for adoption. So, Madam CAO.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. I am pleased to be here to present the final budget recommendation from the Chief Administrative Officer and county staff to your board. Today's presentation will cover changes since the recommended budget was released on May 2nd due to additional information received and evolving circumstances. The board can then deliberate and consider adoption of the budget for fiscal year 24-25. The revised budget continues to reflect the county's core values of belonging, equity, access, sustainability, integrity, and excellence, which inform the recommended budget brought forward by our interim Chief Administrative Officer, Sarah Agassi. Since our last CAO left, we've been a county in transition, yet Sarah brought her confident leadership style and conveyed stability to our organization when there could have been uncertainty. She brought our staff together and ensured we had a budget that's balanced and that we could all be proud of. I'd also like to recognize Deputy CAOs Holly Porter and Eric McDonald. Today marks the final board meeting for these individuals. We thank them for their service and for their leadership to the county. In this budget, we're investing resources to build stronger and healthier communities. And as required by law, the revised budget is balanced. The county team has worked tirelessly to refine the spending and staffing recommendations that address today's challenges and your board's priorities, while preparing for the uncertainties and opportunities that lie ahead. As we look ahead to challenges with the state's budget and the changing economy, we are fortunate to have so many active partners in the region contributing to your voices and thoughts about community needs. Working together, we can see this budget into action. Here to discuss the budgetary changes is our interim Chief Financial Officer, Joan Brockie.
Thank you, Ebony, and good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. I'm thankful to be here this morning with my colleagues, the general managers, department heads, and on behalf of all staff who have readily shared their expertise and worked hard to put together a budget focused on serving the county's residents and the county's priorities and strategic initiatives. Today, I will be sharing a summary of the Chief Administrative Officer change letter and the resulting revised recommended budget for your deliberations. First, let's look at how the change letter would revise the recommended budget that was released in May. So this slide summarizes the proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget, starting with the original CAO recommended budget of $8.48 billion and 20,459 staff years. Through the CAO change letter, an additional $47 million and 12 staff years are recommended to be added to the fiscal year 24-25 operational plan for a total revised recommended budget of $8.53 billion and 20,471 staff years. On the next slide, let's look more closely at the key investments included in the $47 million change letter. The change letter adds appropriations of $14.5 million related to funding for the district attorney's office. The writing's kind of small, so I'm just going through line by line, and I'll tell you what's in each line in case you can't see it. So that first line is the district attorney's office. $14.5 million of funding in the change letter, which includes $8.5 million to support staffing costs and $6 million for ongoing operations and maintenance costs for the North and South County Family Justice Centers. The next line, for homeless solutions and equitable communities, adds $13.7 million of appropriations to support recent board direction. This board direction includes on May 21, when staff were authorized to accept an allocation of $19.6 million from the FEMA Shelter and Services Program in order to support a migrant transition day center. The change letter includes $13 million of this amount in fiscal year 24-25, and the remaining amount is included in fiscal year 25-26. On April 30th, the county accepted $637,000 of U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development funding for the Grantville Safe Parking Site to address the short-term needs of those experiencing homelessness. On the third line, you'll see that the change letter also includes $7.5 million of funding to address construction cost increases for Calavo Park. This funding includes repurposing some amounts from the Multiple Species Conservation Program and using Parkland Dedication Ordinance fund balance, and will enable this park project to maintain its construction timeline. The next line after that includes budgetary adjustments in the Sheriff's Department, mainly reflecting updated grant revenue information. So there are some state grants and Homeland Security revenues, along with law enforcement service requests in schools, that are decreasing. And this decrease is mitigated or offset by increased grant funding, which is available for services for the adult justice-involved population, additional law enforcement services requested by cities, equipment to improve forensic testing, and off-highway vehicle training and equipment. The line below that is for the Office of County Counsel, which sees an additional investment of 12 staff years in the change letter and the related funding to support those staff. The additional staff will address increases in workload attributable to changes in legislation and will also provide additional attorney support for the Office of Ethics, Compliance, and Labor Standards for their work related to workers' rights and workplace justice. The change letter also specifies the use of $3.25 million that was included in the CAO recommended budget to address enterprise priorities. This amount is being used to update ordinance and code changes for battery energy storage, help to support Calavo Park, extend the Moss Fresco Plus program, invest in the Workplace Justice Fund, enhance drowning prevention efforts, fund no-cost transportation services for seniors, support a pilot archery project at a county park, and to support continued health and recreational access to Lake Hodges, Lake Sutherland, and El Capitan reservoirs. The remainder of the change letter includes budget adjustments and operating transfers between various county funds, which help to affect the investments that are noted above on the slide in the prior lines. The overall recommended net increase of $47 million is being supported by program revenues, restricted and committed fund balances, and general purpose revenue based on a slight increase in projected assessed value growth. As we take a step back to look at the entire revised budget, we see it is now increasing by $364.5 million, or 4.5%, when compared to the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget. These amounts are prioritizing investments in infrastructure such as parks, libraries and roads, behavioral health, homelessness and housing, public safety, public health and protection, including environmental sustainability and justice reform. The contents of this revised budget reflect the board's as well as the community's priorities while maintaining fiscal stability. When it comes to staffing, there is an increase of 84 full-time employees, or a 0.4% increase from the current adopted budget, which includes the 12 staff years proposed for county council in the change letter, in addition to what was included in the recommended budget. Over this past weekend, the state administration and legislature announced an agreement on the fiscal year 24-25 state budget that will support the state's fiscal stability while preserving key programs that Californians rely on. The state budget deficit, as of the governor's May revise, was $46 billion, and during our economic update to you in May, we shared some potential major cuts that we were seeing potentially in CalWORKS, public health, and other services like Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and adult protective services. The agreement reached this weekend did not reflect the projected major cuts that we were seeing at that time, so this is good news. However, the state is still solving for a $46 billion deficit. There will be Assembly and Senate hearings this week and an expected vote in both houses on Thursday. The governor then has up to 30 days to sign the legislation to enact the budget. Once the legislation is approved, staff will analyze impacts on the county, and if any budgetary adjustments are required, we will return to the board at a future meeting. As noted, when we first presented the recommended budget earlier this year, we can mitigate some of these risks depending on the magnitude. There is a $15 million appropriation for contingencies included in the CAO recommended operational plan, which may be used by a 4/5 vote of the Board of Supervisors. This is a consideration when it comes to addressing the impacts of the state budget or any unanticipated needs that may come up throughout the year. With that, I'd like to transition to the various budget recommendations before you today. We're asking your board to take several actions as noted on this slide. First, we request approval of the CAO change letter and addendum. Second, we are asking the board to consider any revisions to the budget that have been submitted since the close of the budget hearings. And following these two items, staff is seeking your approval of resolutions to adopt a budget for the county and all special districts for the next fiscal year. Additionally, today's recommended actions authorize county staff to carry forward appropriations in accordance with the County Budget Act and approve the appropriation of the general fund reserve in order to maintain aging infrastructure and for unanticipated revenue shortfalls due to the current economic conditions. Of note, the use of the general fund reserve during fiscal year 24-25 as proposed is based on the advanced use of FEMA that we are anticipating receiving during 24-25. So with that, this concludes my presentation, and I will now turn it back over to Ebony.
Thank you, Joan, for that information. Coming year, foreseeable future for this together is that we'll appreciate this with we've developed our district attorney. Thank you for being here today. Our sheriff, assessor, recorder, county clerk, and treasurer tax collector. I also want to thank and recognize the tireless and dedicated team of county staff who committed to putting this budget together in service to the community. From the general managers to our department heads and the hardworking finance and program staff across the county. Today marks a huge milestone in that work, and I want to especially recognize as well the Office of Financial Planning led by our budget director, Damian Quinn. Thank you, Damian. Thank you, board, for your commitment and thoughtful consideration of the budget proposal before you today. Your active engagement supports a fiscally strong county today and tomorrow and ensures your constituents are getting what they need. Thank you very much. Chairwoman Vargas, subject to your questions, that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. What I'm going to do is going to go ahead and turn it over to the public for questions, and then we'll go ahead and have deliberations.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 15 requests to speak on the budget, 8 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Also note we did not receive any comments on these items. For any members of the public that requested to speak on items 9 and 10 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individuals in favor, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Nathaniel Tate and Chelsea Walchak-Burks. Will be followed by the speakers in opposition: Mark, allegedly Audra, Michaelangelo Camacho, Consuelo, Hermes, and Jim Gilliam. Ask you to please state your name for the audio record. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Nathaniel Tate, District 4. So I'm with Center on Policy Initiative, also investing in San Diego families. First, I would like to thank the CAO's office for the change letters that were involved with the Office of Labor Standard and Enforcement, being able to provide funds for the Workplace Justice Fund, and then also staffing for the office as well. And we know that wage theft is a huge issue in the county, but also with wage theft, there comes along housing insecurity as well. And so we believe that they go hand in hand. And so we're also asking that there be a push to establish a permanent housing program and one that will be able to provide people with housing and also rent subsidies as well, just so that they will not fall into homelessness. And so CPI and ISDF, we will continue to advocate for the creation of a $50 million fund to provide these subsidies and permanent housing as well. And again, thank you all for just helping out with fighting wage theft and then also helping the Office of Labor Standard and Enforcement as well.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Vargas, supervisors, and staff. My name is Chelsea Walzak-Verks. I'm the Senior Community Impact Director for the American Heart Association here in San Diego. I'm also a resident of San Diego County and District 1. I want to thank the board and staff and their leadership in creating this robust spending plan, especially for including produce prescription programs, which continue to tackle food insecurity as part of our long-term community and economic recovery. The CAO's revised recommended budget includes funding to continue the produce prescription program, Mas Fresco Plus. On behalf of myself, and very importantly, on behalf of a robust coalition of residents, community-based organizations, federally qualified health centers, and local farmers and growers, we thank you and the staff for hearing us all on the importance and impact of these produce prescriptions. This programming helps families put fruits and vegetables on the table, teaches children about healthy behaviors, fights health inequities and chronic disease, and it supports our local economy by helping farmers and growers thrive. David, a program participant of Mas Fresco Plus and advocate, received boxes of fresh fruits and vegetables twice a month during a critical time. It helped him get his life back. He got his cholesterol and triglycerides under control and lost over 60 pounds. And he's taken nutrition seriously now as a tool that really will give him his health back for the rest of his life. David isn't the only story. Thousands of families across all our districts have other incredible stories that really paint the picture of why the access of these fruits and vegetables has done for them and for their livelihood. So we urge you to adopt the CAO's recommended change letter, and again, we appreciate the board's leadership in providing this critical programming to San Diego County families. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Michelangelo Camacho. I am with San Diego Art Matters. First of all, I just want to thank the democratic process that we can be heard by all of our representatives, Joel Anderson, Nora Vargas, Montgomery Stepp, and Jim Desmond. I wanted to share my opposition for this budget because it still does not have arts funding in the change letter, even though we had signed a coalition letter that was signed by dozens of nonprofits. I do want to thank the offices that spoke with me, so Lawson Rummer's office and Jim Desmond's office, but there are constituents who are in the creative industry in all of your districts. Julian Art Guild in Joel Anderson's. Jim Desmond, you did a talk, State of the Arts in Brooks Theater. Montgomery Stepp, you were recognized by Moxie Theater, and Nora Vargas, the previous person who had run the County Arts Commission that you guys brought back, Leah Goodwin. All these people had signed on to this letter. And for it to not be included means, although we were heard, we were not listened to. I don't know if you saw the article by the San Diego Union Tribune, but I'm glad that they corroborated that arts funding was requested. So we're not giving up. We are going to follow up with what the commission is doing to make recommendations, so we are not excluded. But by not having funding for the arts, what's really happening is that the creative industry is being treated as a second-class citizen to the bioengineering industry, just for example. So thank you for your time. We'll be following up. Dozens of nonprofits are watching, and we're hoping this can be remedied. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, my critique of your subsidiary corporation would take days. So let's see, homelessness. literally the 1,000 beds that Todd Gloria wants to build for $110 million over the next 3 years. He wants to do it at least for 35 years. For $120 million, 10 million more, you could literally just have 3D printed 400 square foot houses all along the border. Partially solving, we're the biggest fentanyl port for it coming in, partially solving the murders and rapes and fentanyl deaths that are happening and housing our homeless. But you're not going to do that. You're going to make money and spend untold amounts of money. If no one hears anything else I say, 1,000 beds compared to almost 12,000 units for them to live in for about the same money over the next 3 years. That is criminal. Medical, Newsom wants 26,000 new workers, and he wants little kids diagnosed at which pharmacopoeia will want to give them drugs. Fires, why don't you catch the UN agenda people and the WEF people they're probably paying because they openly have an agenda to get people out of the country. And the fires don't happen by themselves. Wood combusts at 660 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's a few degrees is not causing the fires. People are. People that have a reason. Mixed transportation and housing, they've mixed our budgets. Transportation can be, dollars can be used for housing. What a scam. People think they're voting for one thing. So people need to see these videos. Here's Rosa Corey. Started, I'm going to go through real quick. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Start this at 6 minutes, 40 seconds. Schwab saying he's infiltrated our government and other governments. Well, the other governments. He has ours with Nathan Fletcher. Sandag, working with UN.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vargas and Board of Supervisors. I'm Jim Gilliam. I'm the chair of the San Diego County Commission for Arts and Culture, and I'm delighted to be here before you. I think this is probably the first opportunity that we have had to appear before you, and I'm representing a really robust, wonderful group of people who have come together to advance arts and culture in the county. After a 30-year absence, the commission was reestablished by you in mass, which is wonderful. Thank you all for supporting the vote in June of 2022. The commission has been meeting for these past 14 months and has been very successful in all they've undertaken. The commission is unique in that it represents 13 individuals from throughout the county, 10 who are appointed by the supervisors, and 3 youth members. And I must say, the youth members add significantly to our commission, and we're grateful to have them. We've been very busy. We've drafted bylaws. We've conducted training for the new commissioners. We've revised the ordinance that established the commission. We updated the county's public art policy. And through a 6-month process have developed a strategic plan for the commission that will take us through 2026. In April, we held our first public event to announce the strategic plan to the community. I understand that our request for funding wasn't included in this current budget, but we're hopeful that we can continue to work together and that funding can be developed. There's a very exciting opportunity that the commission is working on, and we're hopeful that will take significant interest on your part. The County of San Diego has a unique opportunity to create the first individual artist creative workforce grant program by launching Artists and Communities Thrive, a program to be implemented in partnership with the Conrad Prebys Foundation and overseen by the newly formed Arts and Culture Commission.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person username Audra. Jim, so good to see you. I was thinking, is he not going to come for the budget? Oh, and is he hiding away? I was hoping not. But you should bifurcate the vote as far as the Illegal Immigrant Defense Fund goes, right? Because there's a little girl that has been raped by an illegal, and we should not be defending that person. And so I don't know, I know you like money. I have 20 pesos right here. It was found on the border. It's about $1.10, but it's very concerning that we want to fund things like that. when we have children that are being raped, a 5-year-old. So I just want everybody in the room to imagine a 5-year-old being raped right now and what that would be like. Let's take a moment of silence for her. That shouldn't be something that happens, but it does. And Andrew, as I said before, if it was your daughter, would you want this defense fund to be?
Can you please focus
I am.
your issues?
Oh, I am. Nora,
Please do
Nora,
not- please do
Nora,
not include
Nora,
staff
this is actually
you're
a
talking
real
points.
thing, and
can
nobody
focus
is
on your-
acknowledging it.
Hey, listen to me. You can talk about anything that you want. You are not allowed to include our staff.
This is a First Amendment.
You're not allowed to include our staff in your issues.
Arbitrarily decide
Yes, I can.
what free speech is. No, you can't.
Do not include our staff.
Authority to do that.
Do not include our staff.
Has been raped, Nora.
Go ahead and talk about your
You
issues.
don't care. You guys left.
Yes, I do.
After you wanted to set the record straight.
Do not include our staff in your comments. Do not include our staff. No, you're not.
Yes, I can.
Keep talking. You got 11 seconds. You got 11 seconds. You're just
Took up my
you're
time.
disrupting the
You
meeting.
are disrupting.
Go ahead. You have
A 5-year-old has been raped,
3 seconds.
and we're, 3 seconds, counting down, right? 3 seconds for a 5-year-old who has been raped. That's what fucking happened.
Time is up.
I told you before. If
You're disrupting the meeting.
fucking fault,
First,
it's your fucking fault.
first,
You should be apologizing.
second.
Damn.
That's your second warning. That's your second warning. You're disrupting the meeting. If you do it one more time, I'm going to ask you to leave the meeting. Thank you very much. Next person.
Hermes here. I'm really trying to keep my composure right now. Here's the deal. Every single person working for the county is public employees.
Please
They work
stick to your message, sir.
for us.
We're on the budget, sir.
I definitely understand that, so shut the fuck up.
Okay, that's your first warning.
I could say that.
Talking to you, please address the budget issue. I am not going to take
Then
this nonsense
pause my
anymore.
fucking time, you.
Okay. This is your second warning for using foul language. You're disrupting the meeting.
Excuse me, using foul language is not anything to say that I cannot do that. By the way, there's going to be an event happening Friday and Saturday this weekend up in Santee. Because you guys want to go ahead and break the law all the time, you think you're immune? You are not fucking immune. If you do not want to address the election problems that allow you to do this crap, I am going to be going after you. No, shut the...
This is a budget discussion. This is, what's the
$13 million that you're going to give to transport migrant facility that may be shut down by the end of the year if someone else.
this is your
You want to
second
waste
warning. This is your second warning for disrupting the meeting.
next year.
Sir, this is your second.
Want to go ahead and waste the money right now where you could use it for the
right, this is your third
organizations.
warning. This is
That
your
is
third
13.
warning.
I'm talking about the issue of $13 million that you want to go ahead and do it, and you don't want to talk about the $13 million going to the migrants coming over across the thing illegally. Illegally. That is one of the issues that you are talking about today. To tell me I cannot talk about that, fuck you. By the way, you don't listen to a word we have to fucking say up here, and you expect us to keep in a rational manner. Fuck you.
Next speaker, please.
Consuelo. Brown Act 5945.3C. We have every right, Nora. Let's see. We have the most money in government in history, yet there are so many who are still being excluded from the budget. This government purposely drops the ball on organizations, especially the ones that work. If you have something running successfully, this government will defund you. Reminder, what Margaret Thatcher said, and I said this in another meeting and I'll repeat it. When the state does everything for you, it will soon take everything from you. There are so many people, especially the ones working for government in these chambers, that truly don't get what's happening. Some of you do, not for nothing, and you play the game for a paycheck. But the thing is that it's not equity that they practice. Everything that they do is not for the people. They do it to keep their jobs too. It's really sad that, it's gotten to this level of people being, having to scream at the, it's so funny how Nora likes to just ignore certain people, like myself, or cut me off on the phone. That's why I had to drive over here. And yet she looks at other people who are saying what she wants to hear. Anyways, as I said before, this government does not work for the people, and they continue just to put Band-Aids on things and try to save face. And it's really unfortunate that the majority of this county, the people in the county, have no clue that you guys even exist.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone, and we'll start with our first caller.
Hi, Nora. You remember when I said, glad to hear you got your voice back and don't lose it to stressing and yelling? I said that this morning and you're already stressing and yelling. I mean, why don't you have Andrew if you need? Getting to the budget thing, which, by the way, they were all describing budget issues. But anyway, I'm glad to see that you included some kind of reserves, although you're calling it a contingency fund. And I'm also very glad that you added and some budget for the DA's office. In particular, I noted was for ethics, and I hope you'll sort of investigate all the contracts that seem to be issued for, like, companies who failed audits or who have really bad reviews. And also the battery energy storage facilities, which seem to be going up in smoke a lot these days. Let's see, what else? I liked what Ruth had to say about the last item, number 8, the homeless stuff, which summarized what we'd have been saying, and if you'd done it several years ago, this problem could have been probably solved by now. Anyway, I think that's about what you have to say.
For the record, the speaker was Paul the Bold.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes. And what I want to say is I really don't like how you present the budget. And the main reason for that is when you present the budget, it does not align with your monthly periodic financial report. The periodic financial reports is what I always bring up, where all this money is sitting there, unused, available to be used for infrastructure projects. For example, in your periodic financial report, you say what is the revised budget, what are expenditures, encumbrances, remaining budget, and revenue. The huge, gigantic part that you're missing of all these fund balance is what is the starting fund balance and what is the ending fund balance. For example, I'll just make something up. Let's just say you have, you're saying you're going to use $4 billion from the general fund. But they don't tell you that you have $8 billion in the general fund available. So you don't know what you're starting with. You're assuming that you're starting with zero when there's money sitting in the general fund as shown in the periodic financial reports. So what I would like for next year, at least, is for when you do the budget, and actually put every single fund balance that you have, that'll match up with the monthly periodic financial reports, and say, what is the beginning fund balance? What is the budget? What are the expenditures? What are existing encumbrances? What is the remaining budget? And what is revenue? And then also add what is the starting fund balance and what is the ending fund balance. Because we might be having an additional $2 billion just sitting around, not being used, not being put toward anything else. And the great thing that you do have is now you have the new CAO, who's a financial person. And this is so important because these.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Simona Valenchut, and I'm the president and CEO of San Diego Oasis. It was wonderful to see all of you in person. A group of seniors came with me, and we spent the morning. We just did not get a chance to speak until right now. I want to congratulate you and your hard work. I want to thank you for awarding San Diego Oasis the 2020 Public Health Champion Award. Our organization has been supported by the county for decades. How this relates to today's discussion is very unfortunate news that for the first time in decades, our county's contract will not be renewed. So just wanted to remind you who we are and what we do, and perhaps we can work together in the future to make sure we don't cut all the programs we offer. We have the best senior centers in the country in 2 districts, Joel Anderson's district and Montgomery Steps district. If you have a chance, come and see the beautiful work we do with seniors and very, very low-income children. We teach technology a lot every single day to seniors because we know that they are targets of scammers. And as AI becomes more sophisticated, our seniors become higher and higher risk of abuse, because unless there is an Oasis teaching them skills of how to detect fraudulent activity and how to stay independent, it's very, very hard to find those services anywhere else. We work with very low-income children in Title I schools by providing lots of mentors. And just last year alone, we served 5,000 local seniors who are taking care of themselves by staying healthy, independent, and technology savvy, and Title I schools, elementary schools, where we provide trained seniors to adopt.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's truth. I want to know how much money is going to go toward Nora getting future surgery on her wasted vocal cords. Tranquilo, simple. And since speakers can request a refund of their taxpayer money for damages, I'm going to request $1 billion back for all the suffering I've had to endure by watching or participating in these meetings for over 2 years. That seems like a pretty small restitution and reparation of perpetual.
You focus on your comments.
And considering that I'm talking about economically everything's on a downward spiral, reserves can never be too high, only too low. So be careful about relying on FEMA reimbursements. There's $150,000 for a pilot archery project at a county park. No telling how many people end up shooting their eyes out with arrows. No to $3 million going to battery storage sites, which put our communities at risk of toxic lithium fires, hydrogen cyanide, and cancer. The Otay fire took about 3 weeks just to put out with who knows how many gallons of water wasted. Does no one care about the environment? And each supervisor's office budget increased by $10,000, costing over $627,000 a year. And yet people don't even get responses to their emails or meeting requests. So let's cut it down to zero. I was glad to see most funding return to the DA, but you better earn that money, Summer. Here's how. Make progress on the investigation into the Netwig horse case. Here's my recommendation. Cut the director's salary for every day that DAS refuses to submit a report this summer about the horses owned by Craig Lee Netwig and Deborah Lynn Barkley that are allegedly starving and dying. Has DAS gone rogue against Jim's concerns about the horses, or is maybe the county not allowing DAS to submit a case to the DA? Because their budget increased by $1.6 million. For what reason can they not have horse experts look into what's been going on in Rancho Santa Fe? And why do they keep pretending they have no authority to go in and simply take and rescue the horses? Do they fear the fact that both Deborah and Craig have been reported to have guns? Well, that's where both the sheriff and the DA come into play. They can all work together to finally end the abuse. And you know, we need to end the abuse here. All of you need to be caught. All guilty county.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent and an attendee of my county planning group. I appreciate the discussion on the budget and recognize this board is trying its best to support the homeless and the crisis our county is in, starting with supporting families at the most basic levels. Our family's greatest challenges stem from individuals suffering from mental health challenges that have been exacerbated by drug use and drug addiction. This time last year, a presentation was presented to this board describing how the county is planning to switch its paradigm from goals focused on crisis services to goals focused on prevention efforts. As I appreciate this shift, I question why this board continues to push the sale of pot products in the back country of our county. According to the May 2023 Sandag survey results, titled Mental Health Issues Among San Diego County Arrestees, 40% of arrestees interviewed had been diagnosed with a mental or psychiatric disorder. And of those reporting, 45% tested positive for a drug, as well as reported having a psychotic episode. I'd also like to remind you of statistics from our county medical examiner. As he stated, 39% of completed suicides under the age of 25 tested positive for THC. THC today is a synthetically derived substance proven to have levels of 95% in most common products such as vapes, waxes, and edibles. I ask you to please contemplate if this budget prioritizes this shift in paradigms, putting prevention efforts before crisis services, and reconsider the aggressive approach you're taking in increasing the marijuana footprint in our backcountry. It seems counterproductive as these highly concentrated THC products being sold and consumed are directly linked to mental health consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Ann Riddle, excuse me, here, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, here to speak to item 9 and 10 regarding the budget. I'm always impressed with your equity impact statement, where your goals are stated about serving particularly those communities who have historically faced inequity and inequality. I think it's important to realize that probably the premier public health group dealing with the health disparities that occur in communities of concern, called Truth Initiative, has called out the role that products that are smoked and vaped have caused for disease and death for our vulnerable communities. And they point out that it's also this community for whom the lack of health care persists, and that just makes the problem worse. And so I ask, like others do, why would we want more tobacco stores in our backcountry, and why would we want to increase the number of marijuana businesses? Both of these sell products that are smoked and vaped. That's how they make their living. And yet we know that it is the leading cause of death and preventable disease. If our goal is to help our communities of concern, and I know it is, let's not increase big tobacco and big marijuana's footprint in our backcountry. It's almost an insult to think that we could be helping someone by doing this. It would only make life more difficult for them, more expensive for the county, and miserable for all who would be concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Kathleen Lippert.
As a mother, grandmother, business owner, and advocate of local county planning groups, whose voices have been silenced on behalf of marijuana businesses, I find it really problematic that a glaring item missing from the CAO change letter is the failure to allocate money for prevention. Prevention strategies support research to develop and test effective, sustainable, scalable strategies to prevent substance use or misuse, progression to substance use disorders, and other negative health effects of substance abuse. Evidence-based prevention strategies can have long-term cost-saving benefits for both personal and public health, particularly when they're implemented during childhood and adolescence. Effective prevention strategies have been designed to meet people's needs at different stages of their lives, from the prenatal period through early childhood, adolescence, and adulthood, in various settings like families, life, schools, healthcare settings, and communities. Please do not ignore the value of prevention strategies. They are cost-effective and they have long-term impacts on like harm reduction, over which you will pay for the failure and ineffective and high cost of recidivism for those programs, even though they are supported by industries of addiction that also support them. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on the recommended operational plan.
Thank you. First, I just want to say thank you to Joan and the finance team and everyone else, Ebony and the team, again, for the presentation and for the budget process, and for everyone that was able to come today and for the community input. I really appreciate all of the different opportunities where our community was able to provide information and input as well. And again, for utilizing the budget equity assessment tool in this budget process. And I know it keeps getting better and better. I'm very proud of that and the work that we've done to that. As I mentioned earlier, this is the largest budget to be presented to this board, and I know that we've worked together and that we're really investing in really from an equity lens in terms of our communities, and I'm excited that this budget really highlights, I think it's $98.7 million that has been allocated to our unsheltered communities and to support at-risk populations, including $15 million to regional homeless assistance programs. It also expands emergency housing options, and I think that's extremely important and addresses housing needs, providing over $90 million for housing and community development, and including the Innovative Housing Trust Fund and multifamily rental housing as well. And it includes $4.4 million for the tribal affairs investments that spreads across many departments and programs such as child and family well-being, behavioral health services, as well as the tribal liaison program that we've been working on as well. And so it really addresses emergency response. County led the severe storm efforts, and with the flood mitigation efforts in county facilities and all the sand distributions. And I know that this is something that is very important to all of us, so I appreciate that. And so I also want to thank the CAO for putting forth the change letter that addressed the community input that we received during the budget process, including the Más Fresco Plus program, the Workplace Justice Fund, and the no-cost transportation service for seniors. And so for all of that, I'm really grateful. I do just want to make sure that we have a clarification, because I think there's been some different questions and concerns about the Arts Commission and the work that we're doing, particularly around that work, because that is something that's near and dear to my heart. When I introduced the Arts Commission, that was something that I was very, very proud to do, and I know that there is some confusion about there being no funding for that work. And so if the CAO if you could just address particularly that before I move forward on any of that work.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for the opportunity to provide clarification in that area. For the arts and culture budget, we do continue to have, as the Chairwoman mentioned, the Office of Arts and Culture as a part of our Economic Development and Governmental Affairs Unit. So that work continues and it is still in the budget. In addition to that, although there's not an arts and culture line item per se in the budget, we also have our community enhancement program, which is a $5 million grant program that is administered by our board offices. Thank you.
And to be clear, there's never enough money for arts and culture, and it's going to continue to be a priority. We're going to continue to find additional funds for that, and I know that there are some private foundations that are working and partnering with us, but I want to make sure that the arts and culture community understand that this continues to be a priority for me, and we're going to continue to work on that. And so with that, I would like to make a motion to approve the CAO's change letter plus addendum, which is recommendation number 1, and also approve the remaining staff recommendations listed as recommendations 4 through 6 in item number 9, recommendations 1 and 4 in item 10, and all of the staff recommendations in the Fire Protection District, Flood District, In-Home Supportive Services, Public Authority, Redevelopment Successory Agency, and the Sanitation District agendas. Please. And then with that, Supervisor Anderson.
I'll take the mystery away and second it.
Thank you, sir.
When I went through this, it looked to me like in Ebony, I spoke to you about this yesterday. I'm sorry, I started off poorly. First of all, I want to thank our county staff for putting this budget together, and I also want to thank our interim CAO, Sarah Agassi, and our new CAO, Ebony Shelton, for providing the board an operational plan that's balanced. Thank you for your hard work. These budgets don't come easily. Everybody is looking to increase, and we're trying to maintain, so thank you for that hard work. Now, having said that, I believe that the money that we previously funded transitional housing case management activities has shifted to another area. And serving seniors, I believe, received $100,000 in the past. They helped us navigate, all the work that we've done as a board on shallow rent subsidies and shared housing programs. It seems counterintuitive that we wouldn't still want to have those navigators. And I was hoping that as we move forward, you could look at perhaps shifting those monies, that case management activities, over to our Office of Homeless Solutions and perhaps look for other sources of funding to keep it, because I think having housing navigators, especially in the senior community where we know that's the spike in homelessness and it's preventable, I think it's really important. So I first, again, thank you for the great work. I really appreciate our whole team coming together. But again, there's a lot of moving parts, and I don't want to see more seniors hitting the streets if we can avoid it. So thank you for that.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Montgomery Stead.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that we're here and grateful for this budget. I want to thank Sarah Agassi for beginning this process, and then our newly appointed CAO, Ebony Shelton, for, well, she was part of it all, but for being in this seat to finish this process off, and all of county staff that has been involved, along with the county supervisors that have had engaged conversations around this budget. Also just want to quickly thank Dr. McDonald for your service to the county. If I don't get to say it again, thank you very much. Understand you will be going on to higher heights, which is retirement in this place. But thank you very much for your service. Holly Porter as well, thank you for your service in this capacity. I want to highlight some of the wins for District 4. We came in kind of not too late to the game, but really having to understand communities that I had not previously represented. So I'm very grateful that we have the funding going for the new Casa de Oro Library, and also $30.1 million to facilitate affordable housing projects, $7.5 million to Calavo Park to cover a lot of the inflationary impacts there for development of that park. Community has been waiting for that for a very long time. Funding for new safe parking site, the Mas Fresco Plus program, additional funding for that program. We heard a lot from community and understand that's really a proactive program. So happy that that is in here as well. Money to plant new trees, and also additional support for the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement. That's extremely important as well. So the last thing I just want to say to the arts community, we did use about 21% of our discretionary funding to support the arts community. And out of my office, it's over $1 million. I say that because it is a priority to me, and I want to continue working with the community to even enhance our efforts if that is possible. So with that, I'm fully supportive of this item, and I thank everyone for their hard work.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. And also thanks to Ebony and Joan and the entire county team for the budget process, including all the public presentations and all the meetings that we had with all the input. So thank you very much for that. And Dr. McDonald, congratulations with your retirement. But in the budget, I'm mindful of the basics, especially in the unincorporated areas that we cover, because we are the only provider of municipal services for the unincorporated communities. Public safety and law enforcement, roads and infrastructure and parks are always in front of mind, especially in the unincorporated areas. But one of the things I will, commend our staff and everything else for doing is, for example, we did not have the same life and safety problems the city of San Diego ran into during the rains, primarily because we do prioritize and upkeep our infrastructure to high standards, even with a huge demographic or geographical area that we cover. And it's good the budget changes. I appreciate those. I'm glad we were responsive to public safety, including the sheriff and the district attorney's office. And I'm glad to see that we have strong fiscal discipline. We still have a strong credit rating and strong reserves. And I know about 10% of this $8 billion budget goes to behavioral health and services to treat mental health and addiction, which is still a very serious problem. And I know overall I think the budget is good. However, there is an item I just want to be on the record for as not agreeing with, and I want to register my opposition to the funding of the legal services for illegal immigrants being deported in federal court. Having said that, I'll support the overall budget. I'm not going to vote against the whole thing, but I'm grateful for the expansion of the drowning prevention and for the healthy food to the people that need it. So I'll be approving with that one opposition. Thank you.
Vice Chair Tara Losserman.
Thank you. Just first of all, I want to thank the county team and thank our new CAO, Ebony Shelton, who played such an important role in putting this budget together in her previous role. So thank you. You have your fingerprints all over your first budget, so great work. I think acknowledging that we face kind of a difficult fiscal moment, I think we've done a really extraordinary job of continuing to deliver on all of the priorities that we have begun advancing and fighting for over the last 3.5 years. So I think overall, I'm just very proud of the work. I think when you look beyond the dollar figures, that you can see a budget that prioritizes the environment, prioritizes tackling our homelessness crisis, prioritizes expanding opportunities for mental health and addiction treatment, I'm very grateful that we are going to be able to continue upgrading our county stormwater infrastructure to protect our local water supply and prevent toxic pollution and runoff from contaminating our beaches and our bays and our coastlines, and that we're continuing the fight to clean up the Tijuana River sewage crisis. So I think there's a lot in this budget. Just want to uplift some of the programs that are really focused on tackling the homelessness crisis, clearing encampments, getting people the help that they need and into supportive housing, addressing our illegal opioid crisis, and all in all, just a really, I think, a thoughtful effort to continue tackling our county's most pressing challenges. I also really appreciate the work to get additional funding into the budget for OLSC. I think that's a very important priority. So thank you all for everything, and especially Ebony. Thanks.
All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. Next item for the board's discussion is item number 11, expanding mobilization against the Tijuana River sewage crisis and waiving board policy A72.
Yay. No. All right. Thank you. All right, so the next item, expanding mobilization against the Tijuana River sewage crisis. So I was happy to co-docket this letter with Vice Chair Lawson Reamer because the Tijuana River sewage crisis profoundly impacts District 1, which I represent, and of course, Coronado as well, that district, the supervisor, vice chair also represents. As everyone knows, millions of gallons of sewage flow have harmed our ecosystem and threatened the safety and quality of life for communities and families on both sides of the border, particularly at Tijuana River Valley, Nestor, and Imperial Beach, and of course Coronado. Beaches have been closed for more than 900 days. Wildlife habitat have been heavily impacted, and residents continue to report impacts to their health potentially linked to this pollution. And we know that we have been saying enough is enough, and our families have deserved access to clean air and water. As chairwoman of the County Board of Supervisors and a board member of both the California Air Resources Board and the Air Pollution Control District, have been deeply committed to addressing the pollution sources that have disproportionately affected my district. Addressing the sewage pollution crisis has been and continues to be my top priority. Every day, the County of San Diego staff has worked tirelessly to tackle this crisis, and I want to make sure that I highlight that today. From daily water quality testing, upgrading stormwater infrastructure, to analyzing public health data and providing updates and resources to the community. I want to make sure I emphasize that less than a month from becoming the county supervisor, on February 2021, I declared the Tijuana River Valley a public health care crisis. And most recently, I declared it an emergency, local emergency due to its impact of the surrounding communities. At the last board meeting, I led the approval of an item to purchase air purifiers for the communities affected by the sewage odor and potential air toxins. And then last month, we also submitted a public health request to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the California Department of Public Health to investigate the effects of cross-border pollution on public health. Living in the South Bay and living in Tijuana, because I grew up in the border region, I have firsthand experience with the impact of this issue, which has become the environmental and social justice crisis of our lifetime. I think you've heard it before. If you know me, you know that I've worked on this issue since 1992 and 93, when we actually, I know, I should have fixed it a long time ago when I was looking for the congressman. And after decades of underinvestment, we have agreed on prioritizing infrastructure projects and secured millions in new funding for these critical issues and initiatives. Recent projects, including upgrades to wastewater treatment facilities, the construction of new containment systems to prevent sewage overflow, and dredging efforts in the Tijuana River Valley, and we've brought millions of dollars in thanks to our delegation and local efforts. The crisis remains a top priority for County of San Diego and our local delegation. However, it is important to understand that the Tijuana River Valley sewage issue, it's not just a county problem, but a regional, binational, and federal concern, and an international and global issue. Effective solutions require coordination and collaboration across all levels of government and with our counterparts in Mexico. We will not solve this crisis by working in silos. Collaboration is key, as well as partnership. The county has consistently requested to be part of this task force. To date, we have yet to receive an invitation to participate. So we all want to make sure that this task force to be effective and successful, and one can only achieve that by being inclusive to all parties, including the County of San Diego. So I also offer support from my team to participate in all the meetings. So our inclusion is essential for us to be comprehensive and effective and responsive. So I'm happy to support and make a motion to support this board letter. I'm excited about doing this work together. Our county staff from various departments is going to continue to actively address these issues and the latest data and research to develop innovative solutions. And having said that, I want to thank the county staff for their hard work, especially Department of Public Health, Environmental Health and Quality, Parks and Recreation, and Public Works, for all of their dedication. Ensuring the safety of the South Bay region and its residents does not go unnoticed. I truly appreciate the hard work and commitment to building stronger and healthy communities. And I urge all of the stakeholders that are joining us in this fight, because the health and well-being of our communities depends on the collective action and resolve. And so I'm excited about the work that is taking place, and I want to thank all of our folks that are participating in this process. So did you want to make comments now? Go ahead.
I'm happy to second it as well, and I appreciate partnering with the chair on this item. I think for the last 3.5 years, our county has stepped up to lead the fight against the Tijuana river sewage crisis in partnership with a lot of our cities. And we've been working hard and advocating and demanding that the state and federal government take urgent action to protect public health and clean up our local beaches. And this advocacy and this work has yielded some improvements, including some financial investments. But there is a hidden risk that needs to be addressed. There is a growing body of research indicating the possibility that airborne contamination could potentially also be making people sick beyond the beach. Studies by Scripps Institute of Oceanography show sewage-associated bacteria can, in some instances, be aerosolized by the ocean waves. And we know that up to 3/4 of the bacteria found in IB come from the aerosolization of raw sewage in the surf zone. We also have seen in the past few years flooding from the sewage-contaminated Tijuana River into streets, parks, and other public spaces. So the recommendations in the policy that I'm very proud to bring forward today were developed with input from the task force, including Imperial Beach Mayor Paloma Aguirre. In the policy are some specific action steps, including launching a first-of-its-kind community health survey, which will examine health impacts beyond direct water exposure, the development of a Tijuana River public health risk dashboard, the development of a local decontamination protocol for sewage-contaminated floodwaters, collaboration with the task force by county staff to develop a list of data sources that can support tracking sewage-associated non-reportable diseases, requesting zip code level data from California breathing programs, and improved communication with other agencies to increase surveillance and testing, including the San Diego Regional Water Control Board, the APCD, CDPH, and CDC, and our tireless effort to pursue additional funding and support to assess economic and public health impacts of the sewage crisis. The purpose of this policy is to empower our county health experts to make more health data available in order for us to have more tools in our toolkit to expand the way we respond to public health threats. So I would like to ask the support of my colleagues today because this policy that we've introduced reinforces our many times stated commitment to protecting our beaches, bays, and coastlines. And again, I want to thank my colleague, Chairwoman Vargas, for your ongoing championship of the fight on the Tijuana River Valley. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and open to the public.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 24 requests to speak on item 11, 17 in person, and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 37 e-comments, 36 in favor, and 1 in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 11 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to first invite forward Mayor Paloma Aguirre, Dan Malcolm, Mitchell McKay, Scott Stutzman, and Lauren Cazares. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, honorable members of this board. My name is Paloma Aguirre. I'm the mayor of the city of Imperial Beach. I want to express my sincere gratitude to the vice chair and to the chair for docketing this item. I am speaking obviously in strong support of item 11. As you all know, the Tijuana River is severely contaminated by untreated sewage, industrial waste, urban runoff due to the inadequate infrastructure and urbanization of the watershed. The watershed itself is classified as an impaired water body under the Clean Water Act, and it is also named one of the top 10 most endangered rivers in America by the American Rivers Association. And most recently, we had the dishonorable naming of having the beach of Imperial Beach be the most polluted beach in America by Surfrider. Imperial Beach is not just a geographic location, it is home to families, children, and seniors who live in constant fear of falling ill due to this severe contamination. Over 135 billion gallons of untreated sewage, industrial waste, and urban runoff have polluted our waters, leading to over 900 consecutive days of beach closures. Threats to public health include known concerns posed by an exposure to untreated sewage in the U.S., but of a special concern to this watershed are the unusual threats to health pollutants arising in Mexico, including human and livestock diseases eradicated in California, pathogens carrying antibiotic-resistant genes, and industrial and municipal chemicals not permitted to be discharged in the environment in California. As the chairwoman mentioned, the Scripps Institution of Oceanography has done extensive research and has found that 76% of the bacteria in the air in Imperial Beach can be traced back to sewage pollution from the Tijuana River. These are all reasons why we established the task force comprised by City of Imperial Beach, SDSU, Scripps Institution of Oceanography, local doctors, and NGOs. So these actions today under item 11 would not only address the immediate crisis, but also lay the foundation for long-term solutions. So I ask for your support and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Vargas and Supervisors, my name is Dan Malcolm. I'm the Imperial Beach appointee on the Port of San Diego. The Port of San Diego is the public trustee of the state lands, the beach, and the water in front of Imperial Beach, and so we have a direct jurisdiction here. You might say we're the first impacted jurisdiction from the transboundary pollution. We are in support of the action today. We're thankful that we're going to be supporting the public health and looking at public health and the economic impacts, but I want to emphasize the fact that we're looking here at the most egregious violation of clean water standards in the United States. That is not a hyperbolic statement. 130 billion gallons in the last 5 years have impacted the valley. And if you look in the last several decades, you're looking at over 1 trillion gallons of raw sewage. And I wish it was just raw sewage, but it's not. It's also chemicals. It's organic and inorganic compounds, PCBs, DDT, banned herbicides, pesticides, heavy metals, arsenic, lead, SARS-CoV-2, HIV. 175 chemicals and elements that are actually on the EPA's toxic list are coming into the valley, poisoning the water, poisoning our sediment, and our children actually, as you mentioned, Supervisor Losser-Reamer, don't even have to have contact with the water. Actually, it is now aerosolized and can be in the air. And I'm going to, there's a study that was recently done in February from San Diego State University. I'm going to quote this study that said that many of the detected contaminants are a direct result of transboundary sewage flows. They're known to be persistent, bioaccumulative, carcinogenic, toxic, and can be resuspended in water and air during weather events in both wet and dry seasons. This is unacceptable. We have got to implement the EPA's comprehensive solution, infrastructure solution. We should all be pushing for that. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and members of the Board of Supervisors. Excuse me, my name is Mitch McKay. I'm a 60-plus year resident of the South Bay. Not coincidentally, I'm also the Mayor Pro Tem of Imperial Beach and District 3 City Councilman that represents the area that's adjacent to the beach and all the residents that live near the estuary and the state park. I wanted to put a little personal touch on this topic. About 2017, my wife and I started doing these little beach walks, and we enjoyed walking down the south end of the what we call the Boca Rio, the river mouth, and we would enjoy the outdoors, the birds, the ocean, the breeze, and occasionally we'd find a piece of trash or two that we'd pick up along the way. Well, on this one weekend walk we took, my wife unknowingly had an open blister on the bottom of her foot. A couple days later, she started having these severe headaches in the back of her head, down her spine. I rushed her to the hospital. They determined she had contracted spinal meningitis from contact with the water. And if you don't know about spinal meningitis, it's very serious. Pardon me. So my wife was in the hospital for 12 days with injections and medications and treatments, and thank God she survived without too many after effects. But I'm telling you, this is third world sewage. It's dangerous. It's toxic. We have to do something about it now. And I appreciate the board taking this opportunity to expand and mobilize the CDC. I had some personal time with the CDC. They actually came and investigated my wife's case and determined that that was the only vector from which she could have contracted spinal meningitis. So please, I appeal to you to pass this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Scott Stutzman. My wife and I decided we reside at Seacoast Drive in Imperial Beach, in a second-story condo. Our front yard view is the Tijuana estuary. Our backyard is the ocean. We bought our property in 1998 with the completion of then the U.S. water treatment facility at that time, which appeared to resolve the chronic problem of Tijuana river sewage. It never occurred to us that we would be in this crisis some 25 years later. We are grateful and support this motion that the staff will collect a comprehensive, detailed scientific evaluation of our unique environmental health risks and adding further insights as to the exposure we live in on a daily basis. We hope this accomplishes something important. Every few weeks, I clean the windows and screen on my balcony with rags that turn dirty, filthy. They stink. When I show them to somebody, you can see the facial reactions recoil. Why would I continue to live there? I had a neighbor who ended up selling their property because his wife had a COPD condition. And despite buying 2 high-end air filters, they determined that it was necessary for them to move. Not everyone, not every family, not many families in IB can afford to move, pick up and leave, or even go to a retreat to a second home. So I implore you to take the information hopefully this group will gather and do something to resolve that this will never happen again. My specific recommendation is to submit it to the July 2025 USMCA Committee on Environment review, the 6th-year review, which precedes the 6-year review in 2026 of the USMCA to provide an accountability and enforced accountability.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 5 additional speakers: Chip Hasley, Maria Hernison, Mary Dow, Martha Jacobo, Philip Musagas. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, and Board of Supervisors. My name is Lauren Casares, representing the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce and our over 2,200 member businesses and 300,000 workers regionally. I'm the policy advisor for environmental issues and work with our International and Public Affairs Vice President Kenya Zamaripa and our International Business Affairs Coordinator Miriam Mendoza on the Tijuana River Valley transboundary pollution crisis. Thank you for addressing this emergency, and thank you, Vice Chair Lawson Remer, for working with afflicted community members alongside Chair Vargas, doctors, organizations, and of course, Imperial Beach Mayor Paloma Aguirre and council members from Imperial Beach to bring forward this critical item. We also thank the county for the economic impact survey completed last year in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce and local businesses. As a stakeholder deeply invested in the economic vitality of the San Diego-Tijuana binational region, the Chamber has been a longtime partner in this fight to prepare the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant and remains committed to ensuring the Tijuana River Valley pollution crisis is addressed at all levels of government through legislation, funding, and of course, emergency procedures. In April, the Chamber led the first ever meeting with the Center for Disease Control and Prevention to brief their leadership on the health and safety impacts of the pollution. While we were able to bring anecdotal evidence and testimony from medical experts, we desperately need more data so we can convince state and federal government partners of the serious public health ramifications due to the dire condition of the Tijuana River. Our congressional representatives have initiated efforts to involve the CDC, and emphasizing the urgency of health assessments and interventions, but we must do everything we can locally in partnership with our academic partners at San Diego State University and Scripps Institute of Oceanography. I kindly ask for your support of item 11 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Chip Hasley. I live in the North County of San Diego. Thank you for the opportunity to address you, and I appreciate all the efforts you guys do. You have a really, really hard job. I'm here today to ask you to double down on this and resolve the border sewage crisis once and for all. While I applaud the efforts of these new studies, do we really need more studies to determine whether or not human sewage and industrial waste is harmful? One of the missions of the Wind and Sea Surf Club, of which I'm a member, is to promote efforts to support clean ocean water. To that end, we held a clean ocean water rally last Saturday at the IB Pier. It was a beautiful day, sun shining, light breeze, in a very cool California beach community. There was just one glaring problem. No one was in the water. And as a result, very few people were even on the beaches that extend for miles in either direction. It felt like we were in some kind of a sci-fi movie, and we were the last people on Earth. As you can imagine, it was a real eye-opener for our members, most of whom live in the city of San Diego and North County, and had little or no idea of the extent of the problem. But what was really sad was listening to the effects this disaster has had upon residents, their health problems, loss of livelihoods, and pride in the community. They were discouraged and understandably frustrated at the lack of measurable progress to fix the problem, a problem that is fixable with repairing and expanding sewage treatment plants. My sense of some of these people is they'd given up hope, they lost confidence in their government, and think most people just don't care. They're down here at the tip of the U.S. and out of sight, out of mind. But ocean pollution is a problem for all of us. So I would ask you as the representatives of the county to double down and fix this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Maria Hernais, and I live in Imperial Beach. I'm going to talk about me. Years ago, I moved here from New Jersey, and I live in Imperial Beach now. I didn't go in the water for 8 years. I have a rare disease on my leg, but all doctors kept telling me, go in the salt water, it would be good for you. Well, when I went in the salt water, my leg got infected. And it caused ulcerations on both of my legs to where my bones were hanging out. They couldn't close the holes. It took years and years. They tried pig skin, horses, heart skin, people skin, my skin. It just wouldn't close until they decided that I cannot touch the water at all in Imperial Beach, not my own water in my house or the water on the beach. And finally, after 5 years, they closed my holes. They were huge. They were like this big in my legs. And please, if you can, I can't even go outside in the mornings without smelling the cross between the contaminations and fish, and it's really disgusting there. I'm only 4 blocks from the beach, so I can really smell it. It's terrible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas, board members, and staff, support staff. My name's Mary Dow. I've lived in San Diego 64 years, the last 5 at the beach. First off, I'm low income and retired. Surely if the sewage problem were to be fixed, the property values in Imperial Beach would increase. As a low-income retired person, that would not help me. But in this instance, it's not about rent. It's more about health. I moved close to the beach because it would encourage me to walk, exercise, ride my bike, see the sunsets, and watch the surfers and do healthy things. I walk my dogs to the beach every morning. I used to let them play in the water, but instead, after seeing aerial photos of sewage-contaminated ocean, a wide swath of brown-colored water overpowering the poor ocean where it's dumped, I picture the surfers in a huge toilet. I hear that pets can get parasites in their feet from walking in the polluted sand. What about the people and the air? I'm just not excited to walk, ride, or go to my favorite place, the beach. Besides whatever pathogens in the polluted air are trying to make me sick, I am suffering a somewhat depressed state, little enthusiasm, little exercise, little expectation that government will solve anything. Please restore my and a lot of other people's faith in government's ability to tackle a huge problem that's not so obvious as tornadoes and hurricanes. Picture your bathtub filled with this water, all the candles and ambience, but you're still bathing in sewage water. Also, I'm having eye infections, breathing problems. It's making people sick, headaches, and thank you for your time. Have a good day.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in favor, Paul Gallegos, Alice De La Torre, and Maria Stawars.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Philip Musigas. I'm the Executive Director of San Diego Coastkeeper, and our mission is to protect and restore coastal and inland waters in San Diego County, and so the Tijuana sewage crisis is core to our mission, and we're heavily engaged in trying to move progress forward. We actually filed a lawsuit in federal court against the International Boundary Water Commission back in April relating to over 600 violations of their federal Clean Water Act permit, and so we are engaged directly on trying to make things better. I'm going to use my time today first to express our strong support for this measure. We think that additional studies of the health impacts are critically important. We know there's sewage in the water. We have strong suspicion and we have growing evidence that there's sewage in the air. So that more we can do to share that information, to share this research as it goes forward with the public, we think that's critically important. I also want to share some concerns that Coastkeeper has with a county project. We know the county is doing a pretty large dredging project related to Smuggler's Gulch and the county campground. We're concerned that dredging still is not complete. We know there's coordination with the city as well to complete that project and to fix the pilot channel berm. But I guess I would ask the county to, and Madam Chair, to create a standing agenda item for these monthly meetings and have the county parks and other agencies at the county level that are working on the dredging and working on reducing this pollution to come and give monthly reports and annual or regular status reports. We think that would be very helpful. And in particular, relating to the contamination of the county campground from this long-term flooding since January, it would be very helpful to understand how the county is going to do soil and water testing to make sure that campground is safe before it reopens. So thank you for your support on this.
Yeah, I'll have my staff follow up with you on that right now before you leave. Okay, because we do have some feedback from you.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Stowers. I am an IB resident. First of all, I want to let you know that I'm very disappointed that this agenda item wasn't higher up on the list. I was here early this morning and I heard about all the people that were opposing that homeless cabins over in Spring Valley. And I feel that because this has been declared a crisis, a state of emergency, I wish that the whole room would have been able to hear about it. And there's not enough people right here to let you know what the feeling is over there in Imperial Beach. But we've lost hope. There should be standing room only here with people from Imperial Beach and the surrounding areas and up and down the Hollister, where the pump has broken twice now in a year. And but people have given up hope. And even though I don't oppose this task force, I don't really have any trust in it or hope in it, because we don't, like the man said earlier, we don't need any more studies. We don't need any more task force. I feel that this meeting should have been to let us know that you're going to be building a big, beautiful pumping station, or maybe 3 or 4, or however many it's going to take care of this sewage crisis. And but if this is all that's going to be done right now in the meantime, I just hope that you support it. And I thank Paloma Aguirre and the City Council over in Imperial Beach for all the work that they've done. I know that she's put in an ad here in the IB Times to invite people over here to come to this meeting and tell you their stories. We're just sick and tired of the stench, sick and tired of the words.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll now call the speakers in opposition: Mark, allegedly Audra, Consuelo, and Hermes.
Consuelo, I'm not in opposition. These people need help, and they need help now. And Tara, the fact that you just stated that the people might be coming sick from this, yeah, it's a stench. Stench are spores. Spores enter into your lungs, which go into your bloodstream and make a person sick. But this is government, guys. Don't expect too much. Beautiful sentiments, Nora, but you're not doing a damn thing to solve this issue. You just admitted on the dais that you should have taken care of this when serving on another board. Well, you didn't. And once again, no trust or confidence in this government, yet the people continue to put their faith and pay their hard-earned taxes to this careless, reckless corporate entity. It's been this way for decades, and it's a problem that should have been easily fixed. It could be easily fixed still, very easily. But yet, again, that's not how government works. So I guess the only time most people think about injustice is when it happens to them, and that's very unfortunate. I encourage you all to stay on top of what this government does and doesn't do. They do not work for the people. They could have had this problem fixed a long time ago, but there's people that have already been affected. They've moved out of the county, the state. They've gotten sick. It's just... It is sad that there's not more people here. It should be standing room only, but that is in fact, people have lost hope. They don't trust government. And so therefore it's like, to the people listening, you're not gonna get anywhere if you just, throw in the towel and leave things up to these puppets, essentially. And we're paying for it. That's the sad part. We're paying for this. So get involved, San Diego, and wake up.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, frankly, this is asinine. Of course, it should have been dealt with decades ago. And I'm looking at your recommendations here, launching a first-of-its-kind community health survey examining health impacts beyond direct water exposure. Like the guy said, and the woman said, we don't need more surveys, we don't need more data, you need to fix the problem. And the really tragic thing is that all of these things you're suggesting except for one, which is development of a local decontamination protocols for sewage-contaminated floodwaters. That's the only thing here pretty much that really matters. All the rest of it is just collecting data and surveys, and it's really freaking bad, okay? We've determined that. So fix it. That's all that matters, period. That is all that matters. And, as far as pursuing additional funding and support to assess economic and public health impacts of the sewage crisis, we don't need funds to assess anything further. We need funds to fix it. And people are making money off of all these surveys and all this data, and it's bullshit. All that money should be spent in solving this problem. These people are getting really sick, and it's a very serious problem. And like the one guy was saying, it's in our oceans. That's not just the problem in Imperial Beach. That's causing a problem everywhere. Problems we don't even realize yet. Fix it. Fix it. Oh, I have 24 seconds left. Fix it. When are you going to fix it? What are your plans to fix it right now? How soon will it be fixed? What are you going to do to fix it? Fix it, fix it, fix it now. And Consuela's right. It's not rocket science. Build the pumping stations and fix it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
He's laughing.
She's triggered a psychopath.
How you guys doing? Hermes here. 30 years. You're proud of that. 30 years trying to figure out the problem of, the pollution coming across the border, and you still need to hire a task force to figure out the problem that you've been working on for 30 years, over 30 years. You still have no idea how to address that problem at all. Seriously, you need to hire people to do what? Like, seriously, like we're going to go ahead and tell Mexico what to do, but we can't even take care of horses on our own land. We don't want to regulate that shit, but we want to regulate something we have no control over, another country. We want to go ahead and throw a bunch of money to a bunch of nonprofit organizations so that we could go ahead and help them give you data to do what with? Because you're not looking to solve the problem. That problem could have been addressed a long time ago. What we're trying to do is screw up Mexico big time by giving tons of money to the cartel. And why the fuck would they listen to anything we have to say about that? Like, shit, I would dump all the sewage there, like for the entire country, right outside of our doorstep, because what we're doing to them. They have no reason to listen to one damn thing we have to say because of what we've done to their country. Because we say, hey, please, send all your criminals to us. Send the MS-13 that is getting locked up in El Salvador and no longer there, please send them to San Diego where they could go ahead and transport kids to be raped? Yep. I mean, that's what you guys are doing. So what the
Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Seriously, what the fuck?
Oh, look at that. Oh, it only goes part of the way. Oh, it's bringing me back to my 14. Oh, now it doesn't move. Well, look at that. Dang it. You guys should have done your job. Anyway, my person uses the name Audra. Nor, I just wanted to say good job. For 22 years of working on this, amazing. You're really proving to the people, what kind of work you do. It's good. And it's just kind of funny because I'm eating these pumpkin seeds to clean out my parasites. Unfortunately, you guys are still here. But maybe if I eat enough, you'll be gone. But yeah, I mean, it's funny because we have dead bodies in the water because we have aquamation, right? People can aquamate themselves, and then they just put it into the water. And it's interesting that we're actually giving people back their own sewage for drinking water. But yeah, this seems to be a problem, and it's, the air's contaminated. Nora, I thought you said the place where you were going to build this gateway to hell, California, was going to be good, and it's not going to make anybody sick. That's interesting, because, if these contaminants go all over the county, weird, right? But that's okay, It's good. You've done a really great job over the past 22 years fixing this problem. And so it's good that you're going to collect data and survey, the water and pretend to fix it. Because is it that hard? Or is it just that you guys love doing business with Mexico? Right? Because you love your revenue. We got to have our revenue coming from Mexico. Doesn't matter if there's an invasion happening, if they're, just dropping sewage. But I figure, since you like to make money off of people, what's wrong with this water? We already have our pure water, so we might as well bottle this and give it back to the people. Right? Why not? Because we're already doing that, calling it pure water like it is. It's shit water, and you could drill for water in the earth, and nobody wants to do that because it would actually be good for people. It would be living water, right? But this is a concern. Interesting.
Thank you. Final call for Martha Jacobo, Paul Gallegos, and Alice De La Torre. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Bay. By now, 30 years after the first sewage plant breakdown, I think we all know the health and economic impact, and we do need to devote more funds to this. I also hope that you have a better plan to secure funding than by begging or sending letters, because frankly, for all of my tax money used in, I think things are just getting worse. Band-Aid, please repeat, but do better. Closing down sources of plastics and industrial contamination should be a priority, but probably isn't. That's how government plays the game. You want a TJ public health risk dashboard. Might work, but the situation changed thoroughly. You may want changeable signs and displays like Caltrans. You want a community health survey examining health impacts beyond direct water exposure. You need to look at medical and other records. When you say community survey, people forget their own medical stuff, or they aren't told stuff. You want zip code level data on breathing? How about individual level data for people with known conditions, or maybe just sniffing the air? Get real, Tara. Air pollution spreads, and not just by zip. You want enhanced water quality testing and communication from other agencies. What did the actual regular water testing do? As you point out, the beaches have been closed for about 900 days, and all you have to do is sniff and look at the garbage piled up. What will more testing do? Make more bucks for Big Pharma? You want...
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Thank you, Chair Vargas and Honorable Supervisors. My name is Courtney Baltiski with the YMCA of San Diego County. At the Y, we nurture a healthy spirit, mind, and body so all can thrive. Our focus is to improve well-being for individuals and communities with an emphasis on positive youth development. One of our most special resources in our county that the Y stewards is YMCA Camp Surf, located in Imperial Beach. It's our honor to help convene partners advocating for this issue, and we greatly appreciate the county's participation. For over 50 years, YMCA Camp Surf combines the fun children want with the growth experiences they need. Our camps had laughter, leadership, learning, and lifelong memories. In past years, 8 out of our 10 top zip codes of campers were from South Bay communities, many who had never visited the beach. As we can attest to the rising heat, it's summertime. Many who grew up in San Diego may remember building a 5-foot-tall sandcastle, feeling the thrill of catching your first wave, and falling asleep with the sting of a sunburn. These memories are being eroded for this generation of children. as are the relationships that are key to positive mental health for children and youth. Many organizations run programs for safe recreation and critical skill development in the ocean for thousands of children and youth. Beach closures and advisories resulting from the transboundary pollution in South County beaches now hinder these programs, adding a lot of new challenges for our operations at Camp Surf. It's true that we have much to learn about public health implications, as well as a commitment to critical infrastructure needed to slow sewage flows into Smuggler's Gulch. We greatly appreciate the elected officials who are addressing this crisis and respectfully ask you to support item 11. We must continue these efforts. Thank you for all your leadership.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
It's truth. We sit up here and we do theater like all day long. We just sit here and have theater all day.
Tara's up for re-election. She's been here for 4 years and never once cared about the sewage pollution at the southern border. Any word she spews out about this item will do nothing but add to the pollution. Because if you're all truly tired of deferred infrastructure investments, then why aren't any of you taking a stronger stand against both the federal government and the Mexican government? This is all their fault, yet I hear no one in office locally telling Mexico to put up or shut up. Finally, fix your treatment plan or we won't work with you anymore. And nobody's telling the federal government to stop hurting Americans or we won't implement your stupid programs anymore. Everyone but IB Mayor Paloma stays silent and does nothing but offer Band-Aids like air sensors and air purifiers, which Mexico should be paying for, or the federal government, since they've continually allowed the sewage. Instead, Sandag has toll deals with Mexico to give them 50% of toll revenue they've done nothing to earn, and the county and city shares the San Diego Tijuana World Design Capital scam that they'll benefit from while we foot the bill again and again. Here's the real solution. The International Water Boundary Commission needs to be dismantled. Imperial Beach shouldn't have to be soaked in sewage for people to finally care about what's been going on for decades. IB shouldn't have to work with SDSU and UCSD to put out a bunch of news propaganda to catch people's attention or shame into attention the politicians who clutched the taxpayers' purse. But with all this wasted money on new county, state, or even lying CDC data about things like sewage-associated non-reportable diseases, will people be able to use that data to now sue the Mexican government or the U.S. government? I need to know because I'd love a good payout for their negligence. But I'm going to give a shout-out to IB. It's not just a place with sewage. It's a great city to visit. So do it. I also love that 2 different cities' reps have gotten to witness the toxic sewage coming from Nora's nonsense today. When is any of this pollution going to stop? Here's the question. How soon is now? How soon is now? Because we can't wait anymore.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you. I just wanted to extend my thanks to you and Vice Chair Lawson-Remer for this item, and also to the Mayor of Imperial Beach, along with the Mayor Pro Tem, all of the residents of Imperial Beach that have come to truly explain what is going on. I know a lot of us have had conversations, but it's very, very impactful to hear your stories. And the significance of this, of course, is that many people and organizations that have not quite been in the room together yet are now going to be in the room together with this collaboration. But I think it's important, one of the options around finding funding for what we need is probably the most important part of this. And that is what we'll be looking for. I don't want it to just be kind of another thing, as I know that the authors of the letter don't want it to, be another task force that creates a report that we put on the shelf, right? This is moving forward. We do need action. And so I wanted to acknowledge that and express my support for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. All right, we're going to switch the items around. The next item that we're going to go ahead and listen to is item number 13. Item 13 is the electing to opt out of requirements of section 917A of the California Elections Code regarding ballot labels. We're going to go ahead and hear the public first. So
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 11 requests to speak on this item, 7 in person, 4 requesting to speak by phone. We also received 2 e-comments in opposition. For those that requested to speak on item 13 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite Ricardo Sanchez, Doug Hicks, and Corey Schumacher. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Can I just have like 3 seconds to make one statement? I just wanted to say that Mayor Geary and the council members are the hardest working people in the city. Thank you. Good job.
It's okay as long as it's a compliment. Ricardo Sanchez is not here. He took off. All right.
Go ahead. Please state your name.
Doug Hicks. Thank you. Here on behalf of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I appreciate you bringing this item forward. 14 counties throughout California have already opted out of this, and they range from liberal to conservative counties. This is truly a bipartisan issue. It unnecessarily politicizes the registrar of voters. They are an organization that is critical to our society, that they be able to run a fair and impartial election. And with the limitations in the statute of only 125 characters, they have to choose who may be on there in a very popular issue. That politicizes the registrar. I applaud you for bringing this forward and being able to say that we're going to allow them to do their job, maintain the public confidence, and I think that it is time that San Diego joins the other 14. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition, Mark, allegedly Audra, Hermes, and Consuelo.
Chair Vargas and honorable supervisors, my name is Corey Schumacher. I'm the political director of IBEW 569, representing 3,700 union electricians and power professionals throughout the San Diego County. The majority of our members live, work, and play here in the county. I'm here to urge your support of the staff recommendation to opt out of the requirements of Section 9170A of the California Elections Code because it is incommensurate with local measures and it will unnecessarily increase the cost of the election. The requirements implement AB 1416, which was initially designed for statewide measures to enhance transparency. However, this approach does not work well for local measures where the dynamics and the requirements are vastly different. At the local level, these requirements do not achieve their intended purpose. They create unnecessarily complex, confusing information that doesn't serve the voter. Implementing 1416 will also place a considerable financial strain on San Diego County and its taxpayers. Contra Costa County actually faced an additional $174,000 per extra ballot card due to similar requirements. As Mr. Hicks noted, there is broad bipartisan support for opting out throughout California. The 14 counties have also joined in. For these reasons, I urge you to support the staff recommendation today and opt out of these expensive, unnecessary, and ineffective requirements. And with the 40 seconds that I have left, I want to thank you very much for your service to each one of our members in this county. It's a hard job that you have, and just know that I respect very much everything that you do here for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, well, first of all, I know that nothing any of us say ever matters. We're having the RAND Corporation Delphi technique done on us constantly. So it's just a ploy to make people think they had a say and that you guys listen. I'm sure you already know exactly what you intend to do, which is probably to save money from what I could read, it said that you felt that and for those that don't know, this is about listing proponents and opponents on ballot measures so that people can see it. And one of the arguments is that they feel that's doubling because it's already on the paperwork that comes in the mail for people to look at. I assume that's where it's coming. Whereas that would be a valid point. Like I said, I already know you're going to do exactly what you're going to do, which is probably to not have more paper and printing that costs you more money. So you're going to do it. You're not going to double up on it. And that's my opinion, no matter what any of us say, and whether it's a good idea or not. I kind of like the idea of people being able to constantly see it everywhere. But if it was doubled up on, though, I don't see any reason it would have to be redone, except I don't really trust you guys that it's being presented fully and completely. I don't think you guys ever present anything fully and completely. You obfuscate pretty much everything, especially that's important. So you're going to do what you want anyway. It's too bad if it was a doubling of the information, it was already completely presented for everyone to easily see. That would be fine, but I doubt it. I really doubt you're going to present it for everyone.
Next speaker, please.
Hermes here. Hey, how you guys doing? We want to go ahead and not tell people everything that is on the ballot because we send them a sample ballot and it's just duplicate work. But at the same time, we think black people are too damn stupid to know where DMV is to go get an ID, so we don't require IDs at the location. So which one is it? Do we do everything to help the stupid people, make sure that they have all the information out there? Or do we select what information we want the people to have and what information we don't want the people to have, and then we display all the information that we want the people to have on the thing, and all this stuff that we don't want them to know about and we want to keep them stupid, we pull that aside. You know, I find it funny the fact that the Registrar of Voters is supposed to be a non-political office, yet the only people that they campaign to is the Democratic Party. The only people that they go around and encourage them to go ahead and vote are the minorities. We're supposed to be nonpartisan, 100%. So basically, you guys are full of shit if you guys say, hey, look, we do not want them to have all the information on the ballot because we want to save a few pennies. Because we don't ask IDs at a polling site because we don't want to offend someone. We don't give a shit about the security of the election. Like, I could go ahead and say I'm Tom Jones and vote for Tom Jones. No one's going to check and verify that Tom Jones actually voted. But I could vote for as many people as I want because no one is checking. Why? Because it's racist, which is a bunch of bullshit. You guys are the biggest racists ever for even considering that to be an excuse. So I would like you guys to put everything on there and not try to help out the city in screwing over the people. And be honest with each other and say,
Nick, your time is up. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. So isn't it interesting being a charter county? How cool is that? You can, like, you know, arbitrarily just decide you're going to not follow the requirements. We're going to opt out of this. And it would be interesting if the elections actually were legit and they weren't just already decided and, you know, usurped. So it's like, have all these people come and pretend to vote, and then we'll go ahead and decide for them anyway. I mean, it's great because, like, with the census right now and all these illegals coming across, oh my gosh, imagine how many electoral votes a bunch of places are going to get. And then it's like, it's a good way to cheat, right? There's so many ways, so many ways. And this is a good way to do it. But it's interesting what you decide to opt out of when you're in a charter county. It's interesting. Because I remember coming and being like, well, it was to Nathan, whatever, but Nora, I mean, you're following great in his footsteps. I mean, it's like on key, like point. I mean, you got even his security guards, right? And the same type of vehicle outside sitting there. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. I mean, it's just like right in line. I mean, he is probably so proud of you. But anyway, so it's like, I remember going and it's like, hey, can we opt out of making everybody get a vaccine? Oh no, we can't do that because we need everybody to basically commit suicide by injecting themselves with a bioweapon. But it's interesting then to see what you can opt out of, right? It's like whatever you guys kind of decide. Other ways you're just like, we can't do that. Like, we can't close the border. We can't have the sheriff go and like do stuff in order to protect our border. We can't have that. Like, we can't opt out of the Truth Act, right? Because we need to protect 5-year-old rapists. So cool, right? I mean, how cool is it to sit up there, Nora? Do you feel powerful? Do you like look in the mirror and you're like, I am so fantastic. It's cool. I'm like an eggplant. It's fantastic. So good. You're so good, Nora. Just want you to know.
Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Consuelo. So, yeah, I mean, none of this really matters. It's only to pit people against each other and divide and conquer tactic. Yeah, both parties, red, blue, neither give a boop about you. Let's see. I had something else that I wanted to say. Voting does absolutely nothing. It only divides. I already said that. Let's start co-create. Okay, yeah, how about this? Let's start co-creating that beautiful life we all deserve. Civil disobedience, non-compliance at this time is a must. These people are getting away with so much, and it's just really sad that they don't get that their own policies that they push are affecting their own loved ones or will eventually affect them. Let's see. Yeah, that's all I got.
Now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Hello, Chair Vargas and members of the Board of Supervisors. First, let me thank you for your service and for giving the public the opportunity to speak. I'm Marianne Vega Clancy, the president of the League of Women Voters of North County, San Diego, and I'm also representing the League of Women Voters of San Diego today. We strongly oppose the proposal to opt out of including ballot measure supporters and opponents on ballots in city, county, school, and district elections. The League supports an informed and active electorate, and we believe that voters should be provided with relevant, accurate, and easily understandable information about elections. Our leagues work to expand transparency and prevent the democratic process from being distorted by big special interest spending and campaigns. By listing support and opposition on ballots, critical information about who is behind a ballot measure is readily available on the face of the ballot itself. This information is especially important to voters whose primary exposure to ballot measures may have been from ads and mailers run by well-funded campaigns. To be sure, omitting the list from the ballot would save money, and the list is available on the voter information pamphlet. However, we should not prioritize cost-cutting over transparency. San Diego County voters deserve to have this information when casting their ballots, and we hope that you will oppose this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kelvin Barrios. I am calling on behalf of the Laborers Union Local 89 and our 5,000 members here in San Diego County. We're calling in support of the staff recommendation. Just kind of wanted to give a little bit also background. Like throughout California, 14 counties, including both conservative and liberal regions, have already opted out of AB 1416 requirements. The 125 character limit for supporters, opponent descriptions is too brief to provide any meaningful information, unlike the detailed explanation found in the voter information guide. Opting out of AB 1416 does not compromise transparency or informed voting. The voter information guide will continue to offer comprehensive pro-arguments and list up to 5 signers with titles for each side. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Truth, AB 1416, why local jurisdictions are against this bill. It's yet another state mandate that would come with zero guaranteed funding to pay for the increased costs associated with it. Just like the stack and pack nonsense. From AB 1416, quote, Section 10, no reimbursement is required by this act, end quote. Who needs to see the names of supporters and opponents? Well, they're supposed to be focused on filling a little bubble in black with yes or no anyway. Political parties wouldn't even be listed. Long names would be shortened, which could be deceptive. All the extra info, even if the new info is a smaller text, will most likely require another ballot card. Nothing really good. Although, how come you guys can't send more than one of the pamphlets per household? That's kind of annoying. I personally could find nothing about exemptions provided for any jurisdictions. Only state dictates over all jurisdictions. But good for the over 20 counties that opted out anyway. But question, I've heard you supervisors so often claim that state mandates are unavoidable. How can that be true if you go against this bill? This would serve as more proof that dumb ideas like lockdowns were always possible to just say no to. The criminal secretary of state and attorney general have already overstepped their bounds many times. This is just another example of them not staying in their disrespectful lanes. And most people who vote don't even read the booklet as it is. They just vote for names that sound good or sound safe or familiar to them. Or even worse, they simply vote for somebody who has either an R or a D to their names, as if it makes any difference at all. And at this point, most people don't vote at all. There's about 10% or so of the population that's deciding everything by ballot. For some reason, most of them don't seem very bright, since they keep passing horrible ideas like Prop 47, which enable theft, and voting for horrible politicians that keep destroying the county. So we actually need a bill that promotes an educated populace, or if most people are actually decently educated already, and it's the ballots themselves that are the problem, then we need a bill ensuring hand-counted paper ballots with no digital games involved. Let's bring accountability and transparency back instead of corruption and illegality. That's that.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. So on this item, one of the things that's extremely important is to make sure that we work really hard to make sure that we're being as efficient as possible and that we're working to reduce waste, red tape, and overhead, right? And so we've heard from some of the speakers on how important this is. And so this particular issue, one of the things that we're doing is want to make sure that we save taxpayer dollars and generate savings for schools, cities, and districts throughout San Diego County. And particularly due to the large number of state and local measures anticipated for the November ballot, it's not as practical or advisable to include duplicative lists of supporters and opponents, creating an unnecessary, long and complicated ballot. For that reason, I'm asking my colleagues at San Diego join more than 20 other counties that have already chosen to opt out of these new state requirements in creating a more streamlined ballot. So we're reducing paper use and lowering the carbon footprint of San Diego County, and really focusing on that. And so with that, asking my colleagues, and so I would like to make a motion to support this, to approve this solution today. So with that, so there's a motion.
I'll be happy to second the motion.
Thank you.
Are you calling on me too?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with your position. I would like for you to consider, though, a friendly amendment. Instead of doing it for this election, I like to do it in perpetuity and make it permanent. If that's acceptable to you, I'd be happy to second that amendment as well.
You got it. All right. Oh, we have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion?
Yes. Not sure perpetuity is the right answer today. I'd really like to kind of see this play out in the next election. So I'd rather see us have it for the 2024 election, see how it works, and I guess how it works in other counties versus ours. And so I'd like to see us, I go back to the original motion, I'd second that, but that we take a look at it and see what happens.
Madam Chair, if I may, we have the power to reverse it. Doing it the way you're suggesting means we're going to have to come back and vote on it again. Okay. If it works out, great. We don't have to. If it doesn't, we can come back and reverse it. So this way, we actually avoid having to bring it up again if it works.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional discussion? Yes.
Madam Chair, in regards to the amendment, if that is what is being accepted, we do need the record to reflect that the phrase in the now therefore clause of the resolution, the last part of the phrase that specifically say for the 2024 general election is stricken from the resolution, and with that amendment.
Okay. Do you want to just? You don't need anything else? We're good. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, the last item on the agenda is item number 12.
Item number 12 is entitled Authorize Competitive Solicitation, Single Source Contracts, Residential Outpatient Children's Mental Health Services Contracts for Short-Term Residential Therapeutic Programs, amendments to extend existing contracts and approve the selection of the Mental Health Systems, Inc. for a Driving Under the Influence program in the North Inland region, and authorize submission of the selected application to the Department of Health Care Services. We'll turn it over to staff for presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. County Behavioral Health Services provides a comprehensive array of mental health and substance abuse services to people of all ages. Through county-operated programs and contracts with community service providers, these services directly support an average of 100,000 San Diegans each year who are low income and eligible for Medi-Cal. Today, we are requesting authorization for the procurement of a range of existing services which are critical to maintaining and anticipating future needs in the behavioral health system of care. With me to present from Behavioral Health Services are Director Dr. Luke Bergman and Assistant Director Cicely Thornton-Stearns. Dr. Bergman.
Thank you, Dr. McDonald. Over the past few years, the county's been working on transforming our behavioral health system from a model of care driven by crises to one driven by chronic or continuous care and prevention. Today's actions will authorize procurements and contract extensions for a range of programs which support our coordinated network of care and include outpatient and residential programs, inpatient services, and workforce development. Today, we're presenting to the board 5 recommendations, which, if approved, will authorize competitive solicitations, single-source contracts, contracts for services with STRTPs, and amendments to extend existing contracts, in addition to the selection of an applicant to operate a DUI program in the North region. The total investment from today's action is estimated to be at $27.5 million. Recommendation 1 requests authorization to issue competitive solicitations for 5 contracts that cover assertive community treatment services, the Safe Haven Housing Program, and inpatient and residential patient advocacy services. Assertive community treatment, or ACT services, provide intensive treatment for clients with serious mental illness who are at risk of or who are experiencing homelessness. Last fiscal year, participation in ACT programs led to a 77% reduction in the utilization of emergency services. Additionally, 76% of the 3,430 clients served maintained or improved their functional status. Today's action would authorize the re-procurement of 3 ACT programs. The Safe Haven Housing Program is part of county harm reduction efforts and provides transitional housing for adults with serious mental illness or substance use disorder who are experiencing homelessness. From October 2022 to September 2023, the program served 67 clients and reported a total of 3,239 occupied bed days. Notably, 80% of clients reported improvement at the time of discharge. The last program included is for inpatient and residential patient advocacy services, which provide patient advocacy and education on beneficiary rights through grievance and appeal procedures. Last fiscal year, this program served 3,600 unduplicated clients by responding to 504 grievances and 45 appeals, and by attending over 4,000 Lenterman-Petrus short-related hearings for minors and adults. Recommendation 2 requests authorization to issue 2 single-source contracts for medical and consultation services, as well as data analysis and performance monitoring services. Medical and consultation services support emergency and inpatient treatment at the San Diego County Psychiatric Hospital, where San Diegans with serious mental illness can receive crisis stabilization and inpatient behavioral health care. If approved, today's item would also authorize the re-procurement of data analysis and performance monitoring services provided by UC San Diego. UCSD plays a critical role in providing these services for the network. This includes providing support for state-mandated reports, quality improvement projects, and developing and managing the mental health outcomes measurement system used widely by behavioral health services providers to track client outcomes. They're particularly equipped for this role due to their specialized behavioral health services research centers. Additionally, UCSD will be providing evaluation services for the new MHSA Public Behavioral Health Workforce Development and Retention Program to support program evaluation and outcomes. I'll now hand it over to Cecily to discuss recommendations 3 through 5.
Thank you, Luke. Recommendation 3 requests authorization to contract with short-term residential therapeutic programs, or STRTPs. These residential care programs provide essential services for youth who need a higher level of care than what is available in outpatient settings. Earlier this fiscal year, the Department of Purchasing and Contracting issued a request for statement for qualifications, where proposals were reviewed against a set of criteria, and subsequently STRTP contracts for care and supervision were established with Milestone House, Center for Positive Changes, Amali, and Rite of Passage. Today's action recommends the requirement for competitive procurement be waived to allow behavioral health services to enter into negotiations with the same 4 licensed STRTP programs to provide the required short-term intensive outpatient treatment for youth, providing structured services to improve mental health, increase self-sufficiency, and facilitate the transition into a less restrictive community-based or family setting. Notably, last fiscal year, 76% of youth clients discharged from an STRTP avoided psychiatric hospitalization or re-hospitalization. Recommendation 4 requests authorization to amend and extend 2 existing contracts for providing supported employment services to clients. Supported employment is known to aid in the recovery of adults with serious mental illness, which makes providing services that connect clients to competitive job opportunities a crucial part of supporting their recovery. The behavioral health continuum of supported employment connects adult clients within behavioral health programs to an array of job opportunities. Supported employment technical assistance services provide assistance to 38 behavioral health contracted programs, so they may enhance job prospects for their clients. These services support various mental health programs such as ACT services, clubhouses, and county-operated mental health clinics, with a focus on employment development, partnership engagement, and funding opportunities. Last July, the board authorized the addition of a 4th licensed DUI program, adding to the existing 3 programs currently located in Central, East, and South regions. Following this authorization, a competitive application process was conducted to identify the most qualified provider, and Mental Health Systems Incorporated, doing business as Turn, was selected to fill this critical service gap in the North region of the county. The final recommendation today seeks the board's approval of the application from Turn to establish a DUI program in this region, and to authorize submission of the application to the Department of Healthcare Services. I will now hand it back over to Lou.
Thank you, Cecily. In summary, we ask the board to approve today's recommendations, which will issue competitive solicitations, authorize single-source contracts, authorize contracts within STRTPs, amend to extend contract terms, and approve the selection of the application from Turn to operate a DUI program, and authorize submission of the application to the Department of Healthcare Services. Thanks, and we'll take any questions now.
We have item. We have to speak by phone. Any comment? By phone, please dial were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite Mark and Hermie. Minutes to address the board.
First of all, you've got to consider the subsidiary corporation doing this. And they say straight out that they want babies vaccinated for COVID, and that they agree with doctors' assessments that children as young as 3 to 5 years old could get treated for gender, like not being the gender they were born as. It's so crazy. So that's who we're dealing with for a start. And pharmacopoeia, which, and it doesn't really matter if you're religious, but it bears mentioning that in the Bible, pharmacopoeia, the pharmaceutical industry, the name meant sorcery. I mean, that was sorcery in the Bible, manipulating other people for your own evil means. And we have a long history in America of the psychiatric community doing serious harm to people and experimenting on children. Stanley Plotkin is a good example. Look up Stanley Plotkin, child experimentation. I'm sure that'll bring up some great stuff on YouTube, including his trial. Also, who is World Design Capital? Oh, here's some YouTube videos or titles of articles for you to look at. This was something we talked about at the last couple of meetings. Who is World Design Capital San Diego Tijuana 2024? And you might want to see this video. It's the first one on their YouTube site that talks about diagnosing children at a very young age. Now, what do you think happens when you go up to a little kid and ask him really often, are you screwed up? Are you sure you're not screwed up? You could be screwed up. You think that's good?
Next speaker, please.
Good job, brother. Consuelo, yep, and that is pharmakia, that is in the Bible. And Stanley Plotkin, As Evil as They Come. I watched the 9-hour deposition. So sad. You all should take a look at that on YouTube. Anyways, so yeah, so many things wrong with this. It's so sad what they're trying to do to our kids. And it's just, yeah, this is the design though, this is how it's going down, and this is all due to people not paying attention, not getting involved, distracted by so many other things, and leaving it to these reps who were selected and not elected to take responsibility for their actions. So you guys have fun while you can, because it's not going to last long. People are waking up to what in fact you're not doing and what you are doing, and it's just, like I said, a matter of time. What else? Things that big pharma is no good. Everything, there's always like side effects to their medicines, which is not medicines, it's drugs that they push, synthetic drugs, which all have side effects, all of them. Surgeries, I mean, statins and all this crap that they prescribe people. People have lost their way. That's the bottom line. They've gotten so far from source and nature, and I don't care if you believe in God or the Bible or any of that. Just know that there's something going on, something really wrong, and this government will never be the solution. They never have solutions. In fact, they always contribute to the problem, and then they come in and appear as the heroes, which they're not. On our dime, by the way.
Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. I just wonder when kids can just be kids again. Like, when can they not have to worry about, like, going somewhere and being confused because of society and, you know, having to sit there and act like they need to change their gender and do things like that. Or, you know, when we're drugging children because they're in school and they're like, we need them to just sit down and shut up. They need some Adderall or something. And we're giving them books about pornography and things like that. It's like, when can kids just, like, be kids again? And not have to worry about all the things. I mean, adults can't even handle what the hell's going on. And we expect children to? And you're like drugging kids. My friend's kids were taken, they were put in foster care, and her son, who's now 6, but he was sexually assaulted over and over by his foster family, and gave him psychotropic drugs, just so he could deal with just being with his abusers. I'm just wondering when kids are gonna matter. When is it gonna matter that a 5-year-old was raped? When is it going to matter that all these unaccompanied minors that come across the border are being raped, have their organs harvested, are having their tortured for adrenochrome? When is it going to matter enough for this kind of shit to stop? It doesn't. Because, like, it's a business, right? It's your business to go in and do this to kids. It's really sad. But it shows you this world is inverted. And if we really cared about kids, we would stop all the atrocities. Instead, they perpetuate over and over because of people like you.
Next speaker, please.
Puppets just doing their job. Puppets cooking noodles. Big noodles.
Hermes here. I have a major issue with you guys saying how people should raise people, kids, and taking... I want to go ahead and share something with you. Recently, I had a great conversation with this lawyer who is dealing with our judicial system because the government thinks they own the kid. And I kind of think it's fucked up, and I definitely understand how you guys are trying to push, if you don't like someone's point of view, you want to go ahead and deem them crazy, because looking back at Francis Rogers' email was very interesting, because it seemed like you guys are trying to put some wording on there and trying to say that I'm doing something that I'm not doing so that you could go ahead and get me locked up. I mean, the wording that you used was very interesting. So is this so that you could have more power over the people? If you go ahead and say that the parents no longer have the authority to tell the people how to run their lives and all that stuff, and if a kid wants to fuck another, if a female wants to be or a dude wants to be a girl, we could go in and cut off his dick at 5 years old, 7 years old, 10 years old? Why? Because we want to encourage them to have sex with another dude? I mean, I thought we didn't care about that because this is for their mental state. We need to make sure that we remove their penis for their mental state. And that's what you want to make sure that you have the power to do that, overriding the parents' thinking on that. Like, you think that you know better than what the parents do. Like, if they say, hey, look, you're just going through a time in your life, you're going to go ahead and regret that decision. You guys say, hey, fuck no, you know exactly what you're doing at 10 years old.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
All that fucking. Fucking this, fucking down, fuck this. Nobody close.
We'll begin with our first caller.
Barbara Gordon. As a health advocate, I encourage support for mental health services, which are vital for young people, especially individuals with justice involvement and children and youth with complex behavioral health conditions, many due to substance abuse. I wanted to share with you SANDAG's 2023 Juvenile Arrestee Drug Use Report in the newly released CJ Bulletin. This is a self-reported by juveniles who've been arrested. Like prior years, marijuana and alcohol were the most frequently tried substances among the interviewed youth, followed by tobacco. Marijuana continues to be the most popular drug used. Youth were asked about their recent marijuana use, and it showed the greatest percentage of recent use, which was 81% of youth had used in the past 30 days, with only 6% of those that had used marijuana before they perceived it as harmful. When asked about the ease of access certain substances, 100% of the respondents described marijuana as very easy or easy to obtain. Youth perception of marijuana as it was easier to obtain than both tobacco and alcohol. This should be a wake-up call to everyone, parents, mental health workers, and policymakers. I urge you to listen to the science regarding the harmful effects of marijuana use, especially on our young people. The risk of the policies you continue to advocate for put profit over young people's health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
All about sole source contracts and competitive contracts are two totally different things. And they should really never be combined into one item, nor since it's the CAO, I guess, who arranges these on the agenda, let me also say that ordinances, both first and second readings, and appointments should also be up for discussion, just like I believe sole source contracts should always be a separate item in discussion. I think that sole source contracts are, as opposed to competitive contracts, are not a good idea because HHSA, last meeting in fact, made a contract with a provider who had really bad patient reviews and a horrible audit report from LA. And now they want to make another contract with another provider who has poor patient reviews and state adverse action. I mean, that's ridiculous. I believe you are degrading the quality of care for individuals in your control. As for therapeutics, medicines, and all that junk, one size does not fit all. I mean, your doctors are really going downhill fast.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hayes Truth noted $27.5 million over the next 2 years for an inflated agency with BS Director Bergman, who lives off nothing but ham sandwiches and lies. There's up to 4.5-year contracts with Assertive Community Treatment Services and Safe Haven Housing. Assertive Community near City Heights is a place to lock up homeless people and put them on drugs, many referred from jail. Safe Haven Housing near Hillcrest is in partnership with Community Research Foundation Research. It provides harm reintroduction to enable drug use for homeless people. This program is also funded by the City of San Diego. There's up to a 4.5-year contract with the Regents of UCSB, whose corporate board is mostly handpicked by the governor. There's up to 4.5-year contracts with Milestone House, Center for Positive Changes, Amali and Rite of Passage, Adolescent Treatment Centers and Schools, Inc. Milestone House in Oceanside is for girls and transgender teens. They offer little details, but definitely drugs. Center for Positive Changes is where children from social services or juvie are dumped. Amali and Spring Valley is involved in literal behavior modification programs for teenage girls. Rite of Passage is a big nationwide company based in Nevada, and they appear to use data-driven deception for their practices. There's up to a 1.5-year contract with Mental Health Systems, Inc. and Kearney Mesa. They target children while in school. They also spread anti-science lies during 2020. They have about 50 different businesses all over the state offering different services, so clearly they are in big BHS business. There's up to a 1.5-year contract with San Diego Workforce Partnership, Inc., Noda County and City Entanglement with big corporations like Sempra, SDG, and UDW. But I'm glad the equity statement finally stopped saying that Black Americans are most likely to be seriously mentally ill. But it now says Hispanic Latinos have the highest percentage of Medi-Cal eligibility. And so I fear there's a new target for crazies at BHS to go after with their prison day spas and drugs. But the reality is these programs are nothing but dumping grounds for the people government finds to be a burden. That's it. Take your stuff, lock them up, put them up.
Hold on one second. Can you please put that sign down? Put that sign down. Excuse me, Sheriff, can you ask her to be removed? The lady right here with the blonde hair and the black shirt.
What, for excessive First Amendment?
Excuse me, Sheriff, can you please ask her to be removed with that sign down? What did that sign say, sir?
I don't want to know.
Please, can you ask her to be removed? Stop threatening staff.
What?
Hey, I'm not talking to you. Can you please ask her to be removed?
You work for me.
I don't care. I don't care. Please ask her to be removed. Thank you very much.
Can you shut us down? You became a domestic terrorist. I will see
No, ma'am.
in fucking court.
Thank you.
You bitch.
Thank you. That's your third warning, second warning. I don't care.
You want bribery too.
Bribery?
Yeah.
Whatever. Good luck to you. Please do not threaten staff. Thank you very much. Sir. Go ahead.
Truth, you can resume your comments. You've got 3 seconds left.
Great entertainment. I want to know what the sign says. I look forward to lawsuits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. All right. Supervisor Montgomery-Stitt.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the board letter and the explanation on the sole source contracting in particular. I will move the item. Thank you.
I'm happy to second. Any additional discussion? Nope. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
I'm sorry. And thank you very much for all your work. Okay? All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Claudia?
Board is in recess for 5 minutes.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and do board committee reports. Are there any committee reports? No. And so we're going to go ahead and open up for non-agenda public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 29 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 11 in person and 18 requesting to speak by phone. Yes, yes. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. We'll be calling you groups of 5, so please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Michael Brando, allegedly Audra, Samantha Prado, Simona Valenciute, and David Beavers. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
My name is Samantha Prado, and I'm here on behalf of the Equines in Artesian Road. Why is District Attorney Summer Steffen not prosecuting Deborah Barkley for criminal animal cruelty? Why is Holly Porter complicit in animal abuse? Supervisor Joel Anderson, when you were in Sacramento, you stood up for animals and voted yes on AB 485. Why are you silent on this issue? I'm your voting constituent, and I'm urging you to speak up. Immediately remove the horses from Artesian Road and have the emaciated horse that died in March 2023 and the horse that died this year in January 2024, and submit the case to District Attorney Summer Steffen for criminal animal cruelty. I'm urging all callers and members of the public to demand the remaining horses to be removed from Artesian Road and the dogs, and to hold Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer accountable for her complacency in animal cruelty.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. It's interesting what words on a piece of paper will do, but then it's like, and there'll be an uproar and you'll close the meeting, and man, little kids can be raped and nothing happens. And so it's too bad Nora's leaving because she loves this open border. But I'm just wondering, is it weird to find documents that are from a father in Ecuador, and he is in New York, but he is getting an apostille, so his children who are in Ecuador, his minor children, can travel to El Salvador without him. And then, you know, they get a 4-day hotel in El Salvador, and then they're supposed to fly back to Ecuador. And how funny is it to find those documents on the border? Where'd those kids go? I wonder where those minors went. But it's interesting because you find birth certificates, as I've said, IDs from children, documents saying that this is my child, and it's all left at the border. I mean, that's normal, right? I mean, that's not abnormal, especially when children disappear every day, right? And there's been hundreds of thousands of these children that have crossed the border unaccompanied, and they disappear. They disappear. Most of the time they die. I mean, they're used and abused until, you know, they want to harvest their organs and then they die, but it's weird because there's these buildings, even in Texas, where, you know, there's just rooms or buildings filled with cribs of babies crying, just crying. And they're unaccompanied minors, right? They cross the border, right? Because that's normal. I bet they just want to be loved. I bet they just want someone to pick them up and love them. But it's a business, and at some point, these children will be found, and all of this will be exposed, and you guys will be held accountable.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael, let it be known for the record that there's an absence here. Tara Lawson-Remer is not in her seat. As soon as Audra J. Morgan came up here, Nora fled. It was interesting watching the proceedings from up here this morning while Ebony Shelton and Monica Montgomery Stepp are ignoring me as a speaker while they chit-chat together. Yeah, it's interesting getting a bird's eye view of the arrogance that goes on here. Joel on his phone constantly, Tara looking down, Nora, and I've already said this, Nora is on the road to self-implosion. I said this many moons ago, on the road to self-implosion, just in the way that Nathan Fletcher was. It's almost like Nathan mentored Nora. Now let's talk about the misuse of language that started the meeting today. Nora actually threatened people. She said, when people come after us, we won't back down. How interesting is that? Along with comments that abortion is health care. Yes, I know you can nod and say, yes, it is. That is a demonically inspired phrase. I know you can't accept that because you've got some, it seems to be you've got some demonic influences going on in you, because no one would say that killing a baby in a womb is health care. It's the most egregious, evil thing I can imagine. And this is not a Democrat-Republican issue. Those two parties like to make it out to be that. Some commenters today said that people are waking up, and that's the good news, because that's where the power was and has always been. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. I'll go ahead and call the remaining speakers. Judy Lewis, Kate Kanu, Zora Fahim, and Jim Gilliam. If I've called your name, please come forward. Judy Lewis, Kate Kanu, Zora Fahim, Jim Gilliam. Ma'am, if I've called your name, please come to the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Ione, and I'm here once again to speak on behalf of the neglected horses and dogs on the property of Deborah Barkley and Craig Netwig. This property is in district of Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer, and I live in her voting district. The voting neighbors are suffering due to what is happening with the dogs running free and scaring them, and with the witnesses and with witnessing the horse and dog neglect, and with the fear they have of being, they're afraid of Deborah Barkley and Craig Netwig. These horses are no different than the dogs and cats that you likely own and love as pets. These horses deserve shelter from this brutal heat, proper nutrition and veterinary care, as well as actual love. These horses and dogs deserve care and love and compassion. After these meetings that we have come to, after all these meetings that we have come to try and reach your hearts, you need to please start seeing these horses as the beautiful creatures they are. They need your empathy and your compassion, because you can actually intervene for them and remove the horses. These animals are only a few of the thousands upon thousands that are mistreated in our state alone. Please go back home tonight, look your dog and your cat in the eyes, and imagine you are looking into the eyes of these helpless horses. Then come back to work and get started in making a difference by removing these animals from these abusers that are committing felonies as per our state laws. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I have a video and there's no one over there.
Okay, I'm going to try to pull it up while we're waiting. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and hear from one of our individuals that requested to speak by phone while I pull your video up. We'll hear from the first caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chair Nora Vargas. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. Last month, the Board of Supervisors voted to grant unprecedented financial privileges to private for-profit predatory businesses, Big Marijuana, under the guise of social equitable cannabis programs. Even the 5 already open marijuana storefronts don't think there is anything equitable about this proposal to give away taxpayers' money to enable more marijuana businesses in the back country. The original source of this proposal came from Supervisor Fletcher in 2021, not from any county planning group nor any public meeting. Reader magazine at the time and others suggested that Fletcher had cozy financial relationships with marijuana businesses because his staff had worked on behalf of pot businesses. Community members have since spoken out, provided research regarding potential for increased youth access, marijuana normalization, amplified mental health problems, and reduced vehicle safety from drivers under the influence. Public health educators have described the environmental danger from increased greenhouse gases and contamination and overuse of groundwater in an ongoing drought. Youth advocates have deplored the high-potency flavored marijuana products sold on the storefronts that have fueled the epidemic of youth use. Our unincorporated planning groups were ignored at the county's listening sessions in deference to those who had obvious economic conflicts of interest like marijuana lobbyists and attorneys. Backcountry residents are angered by this egregious and inequitable behavior. I am very concerned about expanding the number of pot businesses in our county. I hope that the Board of Supervisors won't break trust to protect our health and welfare.
Thank you. Zora, if you want to come forward, please.
You have my video? Okay. Okay, so CAL FIRE, Sheriff, Department of Animal Services, San Diego Humane arrived at a property because this horse rolled down a steep hill in the trailer, and because of miscommunication, phone tag, and no proper protocols or experienced persons to alleviate the horse's suffering, this horse suffocated to death. There was also no follow-up with the owner and no proper documentation was noted. Information provided to the officers and personnel on the scene by the neighbors and the owners himself were never followed up with or questioned. DAS still does not have a follow-up name or address for the owner, which is a documentation requirement. We did our own investigation with neighbors, took and gathered photos, and far more evidence and information than any other personnel. Second horse died on Deborah Barkley's property, died of colic, which is extremely painful. This horse suffered with absolutely no medical treatment or herd management. Supervisors, silence is complacency, inaction is complacency, and when your colleagues fail animals and their own constituents, like Supervisor Tara Larson-Remer, we count on you to speak up and stand up because your own constituents are being affected by this. We will not allow animal cruelty in our county, so I'm here to say not in our town. Not here, not ever. I am here to not make anyone into animal lovers. California has one of the strongest animal cruelty statutes in the entire nation, and hoarders, criminals are not above the law. Mrs. Remer, our next step is litigation. If this issue is not taken seriously, the horses need to be immediately removed and taken to a sanctuary. You have 2 horse neglect cases that need to be submitted to District Attorney Summer Stephan office that has received 13,000 emails. I'm not here asking you, I'm holding you accountable. Then after litigation, we were having a press conference out there where you can tell, Ms. Remer, you can tell other constituents why.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. We'll now return to those that requested to speak by phone. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hi there, my name is Ron McGill. I'm a voting constituent, speech pathologist, and veteran. I'm calling in today about a couple issues, but for the record, I wanted to state that it seems like one of the gentlemen there leaving public comment after public comment made an actual threat. He referenced Santee and something happening Friday and Saturday. Please follow up with law enforcement. It sounds real. Really creepy. Anyway, I'm calling about the horses as well. It's a severe neglect case and multiple incidents, and the DA is, I guess, there, Summer Stephan. I've been told, I hope she's still there to hear this, but it's the job, of you guys to actually follow up with this. There are laws based on animal cruelty, and I implore you to please follow those laws, namely Penal Code 597, animal abuse and cruelty. Anyone who intentionally maims, tortures, wounds, or kills an animal is guilty of a crime punishable by imprisonment in California State Prison, a fine of $20,000 or both, or up to 1 year in county jail. That statute is alive and well. Please enforce it and do your jobs there on that. Thank you for everything you're doing. You guys have a very high threshold for nuttiness, and we need maybe a bill for the reoccurring speakers there for mandatory mental health support. I wish you all the best. Have a great one.
Yeah, I thought they were supposed to talk.
They directed that comment to me, so fuck you.
You're disrupting the meeting. Can you please just leave?
No problem. But
This is your third one. And Luke, you're also disrupting the meeting. This is your second notice.
It's actually my fourth, but it's cool.
Now hear from the next caller.
I don't know what these people get from us.
Hello, this is Catherine Rose, and I just want to say, you, the county, you're responsible to enforce animal cruelty laws, and if there's neglected horses and dogs, please do something about it. What are you doing about it? If you're doing nothing, can you tell us you're doing nothing? Or if you are doing something, please tell us you're doing something. And then these next comments are, the first one here is for Chair Nora Vargas. What I wanted to tell you is, thank goodness you didn't have that other person you put on as a CAO, and instead you have a financial person there. And the reason why that is so good is because they could totally explain what I've been talking about, your periodic financial reports that show now $17.3 billion in cash. $17.3 billion in cash sitting in your San Diego County Pool Investment Fund. And all this money, most of it, is available immediately. Some of it is encumbered, but a lot of it is not encumbered. And so one of the things I wanted you guys to know about also is the in your ARPA trust fund, that is, part of this periodic financial report. And as of April, there was still $357 million in unused cash in this fund balance. And you have to make obligations for all $357 million by December 31st, 2024, or you have to give the money back. And then this existing $357 million still here has to be spent by December 31st, 2026. I don't know how you're going to spend that money in time. And so,
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Consuelo. So, yeah, everything is upside down, back to front, inside out, because we haven't built society for purpose. We've built it to protect a class of obscenely wealthy and powerful people who contribute nothing of worth, and everything else has to be built around preserving their wealth. Let's just be real. Here's a quote from Eugene Debs. Under this system, each one is forever pitted against each other. I want a system in which we can live side by side like brothers. I want an era of love, and the standard of greatness will be service to others, when we will not have to spend all of life to earn bread. Good guy. 1907, he wrote that. Let's see. Everything that needs to be said has already been said. But since no one was listening, everything must be repeated again and said again and again and again. This board, this government will never listen, but there are people that are waking up. So, as I mentioned before, unfortunately, the only time that people get involved is when they are directly being affected by something. And you know what? The bottom line is that everybody needs to do their own research. Our information, the information presented at the podium, is the starting point. I don't expect everyone to agree or believe what is presented. I do expect people to research and to try to put the pieces together for themselves. wake up, honestly. If you repeatedly have to tell someone, like government, the exact same thing about how you feel and about how wrong things are going, and nothing changes, that's a sign of no respect. This government has absolutely no respect for the people. And the fact that I have to come on the phone when I'm in the chambers, it's just.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent and a public health educator who attends my county planning group. I, along with many other residents, am concerned that the county plans to move forward in bringing marijuana businesses to the backcountry. There are many misconceptions the marijuana industry portrays in efforts to sell more drugs to vulnerable residents. I'd like to share with you an alarming study published in JAMA Internal Medicine, as it describes how marijuana poisonings are on the rise among people 65 years of age and older. In the study, 2,322 ED visits were examined over 8 years. Poisonings doubled after permitting the sale of marijuana flower and then tripled after permitting the sale of marijuana edibles. Marijuana has been permitted in many states across the country, with California leading the way. The article states that the data should be a wake-up call to all healthcare practitioners, policymakers, and government officials. Marijuana is not orange juice. It is a drug that has harmful effects on the body, specifically profound effects on mental health. According to the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, substantial evidence links marijuana to schizophrenia and the development of psychotic disorders. The fact that seniors are experiencing marijuana overdose in increasing numbers should be a concern. Bringing more pot shops and marijuana grows to the backcountry will only increase access to the drug. I ask you to please consider this policy change, as we should learn from other jurisdictions' mistakes in efforts to protect and educate local residents on the harms of the drug, prioritizing people over profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Yeah, hi, thank you. My name is Michael Fujimori. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. First of all, I want to just commend the supervisors and everyone in the meeting today for being there all day. It's been a long day. So, yeah, anyway, today I'm asking the county to please take action for the neglected horses who are suffering and dying at the property on Artesian Road. Animal advocates, including Los Angeles Alliance for Animals, have witnessed the horrible conditions that these horses have been enduring on a continuing basis for over a year now. And at least 2 horses that we know about have died there because of neglect since March of last year. So what will it take before the county takes action to end the suffering and move these horses to an animal sanctuary where they will receive the proper care that they deserve? Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer, please do your job and end the suffering and remove these horses from their current situation. And thank you so much to Supervisor Desmond for speaking up for these poor, suffering individuals. So, and I'm just asking that please take action before the summer heat arrives, where they will be forced to endure with no protection or relief. Animal cruelty and animal abuse are not acceptable, and action must be taken. San Diego Department of Animal Services, we are waiting for you to do your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Megan Stewart, and as a public health advocate, I would like to bring to your attention the implications of Assembly Bill 1894, effective July 1st, 2024, concerning the packaging, labeling, advertising, and marketing of marijuana products in the state and in our county. This legislation marks a critical step forward in safeguarding the environment. Starting July 1st, all advertising and marketing materials for marijuana cartridges and integrated marijuana vaporizers must display instructions on proper disposal. With that, the packaging and labeling of these products or suitable for standard trash or recycling streams. This regulation aims to curb environmental contamination and ensure these products are handled responsibly from purchase through disposal. While the new packaging requirements represent a commendable effort in consumer education, we must consider extending these measures beyond environmental considerations. Research consistently highlights the adverse impacts of marijuana on both mental and physical health. If we mandate information on proper disposal, it is equally imperative to include educational and warning messages regarding the genuine risks associated with marijuana use. To advocate stricter code-enforced packaging requirements, cartridges, and vaporizers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
This is Lisa Jablow. The heartbreaking neglect of between 40 and 50 horses on a property on Artesian Road has been going on for well over a year. Concerned citizens have been engaged in a continuous effort to have the situation addressed, and yet nothing has changed. There is a heartbreaking video of a horse who was literally nothing but skin and bones, and there was an unconscionable delay before she was finally euthanized. It is astounding that this has been allowed to go on for so very long, with these animals continuing to suffer and starve. It is shameful, and it is incomprehensible that the owners of this property perpetuate a situation like this is one thing. Sadly, in this world, there is no lack of people who are either so cruel or clueless or both that they allow something like this to happen. And when it does, it is compassionate people who step in and attempt to end the suffering. But the law protects the perpetrators, and so there is little that can be done without legal support. But that is complicated and slow. So here we are. These horses have endured extreme conditions in all seasons with little or no shelter and obviously a severe lack of food. And we have arrived at the most brutal summer on record with unprecedented heat and the wildfires that are sure to be triggered by it. The matter is now before you. You have a lot of serious issues to decide, many of which are extremely complicated. This one is simple: to exercise compassion for innocent living beings who cannot speak up for themselves. I ask you, are you going to kick the can down the road, or are you going to do what you surely know is the right thing and act now to help these poor horses? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, Nancy Casanova. I'm calling because the horse neglect, it's really hot, as many other people have mentioned. It's only going to be getting hotter every year from here on out, and these poor, sweet horses are dealing with such horrible conditions, and frankly, Animal Services should have done something about this already. Seeing images of these horses, these emaciated horses, just the horrible conditions in their hooves and everything, it's heartbreaking. It's devastating to see any animals being treated like this. I really hope that there's more transparency in your office, and if Animal Services is not going to investigate, is the county just aiding and abetting animal cruelty at this point? What else can we do but continue to push and hold you accountable for not moving on this very clear, cut and dry case of animal neglect and abuse? It's not okay to treat animals like this, ever. They are innocent, sentient beings. They're loving, kind, intelligent, social, caring. They are just like us, and they want to live. They don't want to be treated like this. They shouldn't be treated like this. This case should have been handled already. Please take action. Or what else can we do? Like, at this point, open rescue? Like, what else can we do? We can't witness these horses just dying due to neglect. It's horrible. It should never happen. the people who are treating the horses like this need to be held accountable, and the people in the local government here that are supposed to be handling this also need to be held accountable for not taking action when there's very clearly what's happening is just horrible. There's no excuse for it. It needs to be addressed. It needs to be.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, this is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator with a focus on youth substance use prevention. If you were to visit San Diego County's convenience stores, smoke shops, and liquor stores, it would not take long to find a sizable number of them still selling flavored tobacco products in violation of state and county law. The Senate Judiciary Committee recently held public hearings about the continuing crisis of youth e-cigarette use. The Associated Press wrote, quote, senators blasted top health and law enforcement officials for not doing more to combat the rise of illegal electronic cigarettes in the U.S., a multi-billion-dollar business that has flourished amid haphazard enforcement, end quote. Only about 24 e-cigarette products have been authorized for sale by the Food and Drug Administration. None of the others may be sold lawfully. Yet manufacturers continue to flood the market with thousands of candy-flavored products, and retailers continue to sell them. Ending the sale of these products is not just a federal responsibility. And as we've seen in California, passing a law against flavored e-cigarettes is not sufficient to keep them off the shelves. Local enforcement efforts are vital. Stores must be held accountable for selling illegal products. We can and must do more to protect kids and end this public health threat. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Annie, and my comments are about horse neglect. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Annie. Yes, you can hear me? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having this meeting. We appreciate you wanting to hear us, and as we have to refer to you about injustices. As Dr. Martin Luther King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And this applies to all life. These horses that have been neglected are no different than our young little children or our dogs and cats that we so love and adore, who heal us and rescue us when we think we have rescued them. This is something that we cannot neglect or look away any further. The suffering of these animals, including dogs, are horrendous to even watch for a few seconds or just looking at a photo clip. This is something so disturbing that you have the power to change. We believe in you. We are appealing to you as your constituents, as our leaders, to do the right thing. Unless you want us to do it, please assign us the job to do it, because these animals, just like kids, just like oppressed anyone, is in need of urgent help rescuing. They need to be turned into sanctuary and immediately given vet care. And these people need to be imprisoned and their properties taken away for all these horrendous things. By the way, even FBI files show those who abuse animals are the worst psychopath, dangerous serial killers, serial rapists in communities. This is dangerous to even have someone like this person to exist amongst us. These are days where I am terrified to even think that these kinds of things.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's Truth A Real Warrior Guerrero. This is for Nora's lack of knowledge. It's case In Re K from 1970. Quote, harsh questioning and booing, though they may be implied and discourteous, can nonetheless advance the goals of the First Amendment. For many citizens, such participation in public meetings, whether supportive or critical, may constitute the only manner in which they can express their views to a large number of people, end quote. The position of chair does not represent a dictator, Nora. It's a non-special temporary position to be be filled by anybody. Even Tara could do it without yelling, level up. Now I'm going to cover the Sandag, Nathan Fletcher, pedal ahead, Edward Clancy political campaign scandal. From a June 16th SCUT article, quote, a criminal probe is being conducted by the California Department of Justice. Pedalhead was removed as admin of the e-bike initiative launched by Sandag. Pedalhead was awarded $10 million, set to be paid an additional $3 million. Sandag declined to say why it took over the project before the end of the 2-year pilot program. Records show some participants made more than the income threshold. Others did not meet the required mileage for the taxpayer-funded bikes. Pedalhead will still collect $3,600 a month until the agreement expires, end quote. From a February 7th, 2014, you see article, quote, Pedalhead CEO Edward Clancy would become a supporter of Nathan Fletcher for mayor. SCPD's Ernie Encinas asked Clancy if Fletcher would be interested in a foreign investment. The call was recorded, likely by an FBI wiretap. Clancy's response, the campaign financing has got to be clean, and that stuff still hasn't come out from the last election, and that Fletcher's going to be squeaky clean, surreptitiously funding Fletcher's campaign, end quote. There was funneling of $500,000 from a Mexican businessman, including $60,000 funneled to the county Democratic Party and the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Sandag's been paying this company Pedalhead millions for years. No way they didn't know all this information. So cui bono, not the taxpayers again. And please, Nora, get a grip. I do not want to see you self-employed. I want you to improve. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindy Green. Animals are the most defenseless beings on the planet, and to abuse or neglect them is one of the most heinous crimes a human can commit. Why are the artesian horses not removed to sanctuary? One emaciated horse was allowed to suffer for hours after being reported, and another died from colic, a horribly painful condition. The artesian horses are out in extreme heat and apparently eating moldy hay. It breaks my own and many others' hearts that there are people in this world who can commit such egregious crimes against innocent animals, and others who allow such offenses to go unpunished. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for caring. Please send these horses to sanctuary and bring charges against their abusers. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Kevin Stevenson. I would like to echo what an earlier caller said, and we need to do something about public comment at these meetings because it's getting really out of hand. I've noticed a lot of people will try to interject their own wedge issues into public comment on items that are not at all relevant to what they're talking about. I think it goes without saying that the likes of Audra and Gambler, or I guess today he's going by Hermes, are trying to inject their own theatrics into public comment, and they're trying to force their own wedge issues, whether it be about some 5-year-old that they can use as a cudgel to push xenophobia, or some alleged voter fraud nonsense that has been debunked over and over. They have to force these topics into public comment about the budget, and it's not funny. It's disgusting. We can't. As a county, we cannot put up with this because these people.
Double standards.
Look, I get that they wanted to be entertaining back in 2021 when there's this revolt against the big bad government and their COVID regulations. Hey, guys, it's 2024. Knock it off. That ship has sailed. That's so old now. And I think it's worth noting that Hermes said was going to say an interesting word that starts with the "huh" sound, and it's not Karen. I can't be the only one who noticed that. So he caught himself, but nonetheless, his comments were still disgusting. His virtue signaling has got to stop, and it's the
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak on the closed session matters. We'll start with those in person. We have 6 requests to speak, 3 in person and 3 by phone. I'd like to invite forward Mark, allegedly Audra, and Consuelo. We'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name for the audio record. For those that requested to speak by phone on the closed session matters, please dial into the conference line using the instructions provided to you.
Mark, I'd like to discuss some proposed litigation. I would say at this point, probably even more than possible. The Brown Act 54954.3C.
Mark, there is no closed litigation on this?
You discussed this with your expert last time, remember? And she said that I can discuss proposed litigation.
We have certain items listed on the closed session agenda. Those agenda items are listed on the agenda with specific case references and names with case numbers, and there are no anticipated litigation items.
So you can discuss any of the items that are on listed?
No, last time we did this, your expert said that I could bring up.
She's the expert.
I'm talking about. I'm saying people are talking about bringing litigation against the city, and I want, yes, the county, and I want to discuss that briefly. So I only have 1 minute left. It's very simple. So 54954.3C of the Brown Act states that people have a right to critique any policies, programs, or procedures that the county is carrying on, or the city if they're at a city meeting. And there are no limitations on that. Now, it's perfectly reasonable, of course, to say that no one should threaten someone, an employee or someone working for you. But when someone is coming in a position of expertise, the public has a right and must be able, of course, to critique their expertise, especially as a past example, Wilma Wooten, who I will say, even though I completely disagree with a lot of what she did during COVID, I respect that I saw her resignation speech where she stated
I totally, you have a right to speak, absolutely, but we have specific items on the agenda today.
I only have a few seconds
left. You have a right to speak on the items on the agenda.
I'm just saying that Wilma stated that people have a right to disagree with her, and that's part of her job.
If not, you can come back on non-public comments tomorrow.
You'll get in trouble if you keep on doing that.
Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
No problem. We'll pay for it.
It is a violation of the Brown Act.
Can we just go ahead because we have a time issue?
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
My person uses the name Audra. I'm going to be speaking about employee evaluations. It's on the agenda. So I would like to evaluate you as my employees. First of all, the fact that you let Kevin do that again, talking about a 5-year-old that has been raped, it's pretty disturbing. It's very disturbing, in fact. The fact that you do that, and it's like, you don't like little pieces of paper, that have words on it, but this man can call in, or this imbecile can call in and talk about a 5-year-old being raped like it's a joke. Yes, he did. He said it twice. This is the second time. The last time, you were laughing about it. Yes, you were. Yes, you were. It's very sickening. But when you don't care about ripping babies apart limb by limb, why would you care about a 5-year-old that was penetrated? Yeah, you got to say those things because it's so atrocious.
The items before you that we have closed items on the agenda.
Yeah, and I'm talking about employee evaluations, and I'm evaluating you.
Oh, you don't get to
Yes, I
evaluate me.
can.
So there, items
You don't
on the-
get to decide what people talk about. You're just so upset that I'm bringing up his 5-year-old has been raped, and you are doing this. Because you
closed session items on the agenda. Item number 8, conference with legal counsel, close them on the agenda.
Sitting here.
So you're welcome to speak on the items on the agenda. Public employee performance evaluation. You don't get to evaluate me, so public employee evaluation.
You're my employee. We're not your servants. You're ours.
Okay.
Wasting people's time.
Next speaker, please.
Mom, the 5-year-old being raped.
Next speaker, please.
We go straight to hell for that shit.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, so Consuelo, just more proof that people really need to start getting involved. It's so evident that
What item on the agenda you're speaking to? Closed item?
closed session,
Which item?
closed session,
Which item?
closed session,
Which
closed
item?
session,
Which item?
employee evaluation. Yeah, so basically it's just very unfortunate that people aren't involved and they don't know what's going on, and it's just really closed session. Employee evaluation.
Which item?
Employee evaluation.
Okay.
And so, you know, it's just, it's a joke. This is all a clown show. This is all a circus. It's really sad. I don't want to end on a negative because it's always like that. It's always like a fight back and forth. It's like, rah! It's so sad. It's so sad that our county is going down. People are getting sicker, poorer. You know, people can't keep up. They sure as heck don't know that you guys are here. Gosh, there's just so much. There's so much that can be done, but it's not being done. It's all being purposely, it's called purposely collapsing, not for nothing. And yeah, I just,
go ahead and stay
I
on
really
topic.
want to
You
wish
have,
you well, Nora. I really want to wish you well.
Thank you. I wish you
I
the
wish
best.
you the best.
you have 4
I
items.
really hope that you, in fact, get the help that you need.
Thank you. You have 4 items on the agenda. Please identify which one are the closed session items that you want to address.
All of them.
There are 4.
All of them. Yeah.
Just
Okay.
talk about them.
Yeah.
We are welcome. We welcome you every day to come and speak.
Yes. No, but you, that's not true, sister.
Conference with legal counsel existing litigation. Conference with legal counsel existing litigation.
Litigation. So you don't want to continue to carry on like this and use my time up because then it's going to be, you know,
Thank you.
litigation.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate you.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
How about I will be speaking on sub-item D. However, I will first note that as I read it, you can criticize anything that's been said in the past in the next item. Therefore, I will, I will respectfully suggest that you need to investigate that animal cruelty right now and get it out of the way. Otherwise, it will be brought back.
Well, thank you so much. That's not on the agenda. Can you please identify the item on the agenda on closed session? I want to be fair to everybody. That's okay. Your time is up, Consuelo. Paul, I really want to make sure that your time is respected. So please tell me what item on the agenda in closed session. We got a lot of work to do today, so please just tell me what item on the agenda is on closed session, sir.
Rush him, okay?
So your time is up, please. You're disturbing the session.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
I would appreciate your calling me by the correct name. Sub-item D, as I said, Cerna et al. Versus the county. I mean, the sheriff is clearly guilty. This case has been dragging on forever and ever and ever. I mean, it's another thing that, you know, you need to settle these things right now. You are elected to help the people, not to delay and delay and delay. No.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
A truth case B is Olive and Hayne Municipal Water District versus the county. OMWD's Manchester Avenue facility and their Forest Ranch facilities treated wastewater is sprayed on nearby pasture lands, HOA common areas, schools, parks, golf courses, and streetscapes. Toxicity everywhere. But perhaps this case is about the fact that OMWB is a member of the County Water Authority, which has been overpaying for imported water from Colorado rather than actually fixing the neglected dam infrastructure that is releasing about 30,000 gallons a day just from Lake Hodges. It's so bad, including the deal that the county signed on to begin with, that OMWB is looking at somehow increasing water prices charged to people to increase by 40%. Case D is Lisa Cerner's family versus the county. Former Sheriff William Gore, Barbara Lee, Lorna Roque, Hazel Kamama, and Lucas Lovia. This is the county. This is the case the county deserves to lose. The county did not unseal the records of this case voluntarily. They had to be ordered 3 times by the judge. The county's even trying to get a summary judgment to close the case without trial. But I watched the video of Lisa Cerner's 2019 death. She fell at least 12 times, had seizures multiple times, and hours went by that nobody checked on her. She was pregnant and in a medical observation unit with almost no observation. Then after she slowly twitched to death, all of a sudden nurses and deputies started caring. And after that way too late CPR, what did they do? Drag her lifeless body out like an animal through her own urine. No respect. Is it because some working in the jails find those held there unworthy of life? Is it improper training? Is it a lack of morality and ethics? Wellness checks are obviously repeatedly not met in county jails, and it needs to change. KC is the clerk's performance evaluation. Is it Andrew or Ryan? Andrew's been doing double duty for Voiceless Vargas, so he deserves a bonus. Ryan doesn't know the city of Helsinki, Finland. He needs to level up on geography. And Claudia, I hope you gave lawful advice to Norick. Otherwise, the county's going to lose more lawsuits. I don't really want to see that happen either. You guys need to all get it together. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Can I just say thank you to Drew for staying on the item on the agenda. We really appreciate you, Drew.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for comment on the closed session matters.
Thank you. With that concludes the business before the board today. We'll now proceed with adjournment in memory. Today's first adjournment will be presented by Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer in memory of Tim O'Haley.
Thank you. Today, I adjourn in memory of Tim O'Haley, a distinguished veteran activist and a cherished member of our community. Tim was a kind man who loved his country, loved his wife, and stayed active, even in retirement, to fight to protect our democracy. Tim was not just a friend, he was a mentor and someone who lived by his values every single day. He is survived by his beloved wife, Misty O'Haley, and his service and dedication to our nation will always be remembered. We will miss you, dear friend. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family during this difficult time.
Thank you. Today's second adjournment will be presented by Supervisor Jim Desmond in memory of Bill Walton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. William Theodore Walton III, known as Bill Walton, a basketball legend and a Hall of Famer and a TV sportscaster, passed away at the age of 71 in May. Standing at 6 foot 11 inches, Walton's basketball journey began at Helix High School in La Mesa, California. He then went on to play for the UCLA Bruins, leading them to 2 NCAA championships and earning multiple individual awards, including College Player of the Year. Walton was drafted first by the Portland Trail Blazers in 1974 and led the team to their first and only NBA championship in 1977, earning the NBA Finals MVP award. He also played with the San Diego Clippers and the Boston Celtics, where he won another championship in 1986. Walton's impact on the game was undeniable, earning him a place in the Basketball Hall of Fame in 1993 and the National Collegiate Hall of Fame in 2006. Walton and his wife, Lori, reside in San Diego, where they were very active in the community and engaged in various charitable activities, including focusing on animal welfare and youth programs. He was very proud of his accomplished 4 sons who continued to contribute to their father's lasting impact in the sports world. Our hearts and prayers to go out to his family and extended basketball family, and may he rest in peace, and his legacy be remembered for generations. Thank you.
Today's final adjournment will be presented by Supervisor Joe Anderson in memory of Jack Russ.
I'm adjourning today, in today's meeting, in memory of Jack Russ, a man who was loved deeply and known for his dedication to serving his community of Poway. An alumnus of the United States Naval Academy, Jack served our country with distinction as a Navy fighter officer, serving his tours of duty as an F-4 Phantom pilot during the Vietnam War. After his active duty in Vietnam, Jack would continue to highlight his dedication to service, going on to remain in the U.S. Navy Reserves until 1990. Jack cared immensely for his neighbors and his fellow residents of Poway, providing the city of Poway with pro bono energy analysis services. Jack also understood the importance of education, serving as an adjunct professor of economics at SDSU for over 30 years. Jack most cherished his time with his family above all else, especially his grandchildren. He held a true passion for public service, with his most recent position being on the County of San Diego's Independent Redistricting Commission. Jack is survived by his loving wife of 53 years, Adele, his sons Nate, John, and Andrew, and his 6 grandchildren. Jack will be deeply missed by the family, friends, and colleagues he leaves behind. And his legacy in Poway will continue to inspire future generations to follow in his large footsteps and selflessly serve their community. We express our deepest sympathies at his passing, and by adjourning in this, we're memorializing his lifetime of contribution to his community of Poway in our San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the business before the board today. With that, this session is adjourned, and we will now proceed to closed session.
The board will now recess into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 14 on today's regular agenda. If there are any reportable actions, they will be reported out during the planning and land use session of this meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, June 26, 2024.